Good morning, everyone on Zoom. Thank you so much for your patience as we were figuring things out. Let me turn on the camera right here. Oh, that's Madeline, right there, front and center.
I'm not in charge, just so everyone knows.
Let me step in here real quick. Okay, I hope you can see me there. I'm Daniella. I'm the Monty College assistant. I've been sending you all those emails, so now you can see what I look like. Thank you so much again for your patience. Madeline, please introduce yourself real quick.
Hi, I'm Madeline. Turns out I'm kind of second in command, I guess. I'm currently a student in Hunter's MATI program. I will be graduating in December. My language pair is English-Russian. And this is also in my bio when Danielle introduced me, but I'm also an actress here in New York City, and I'm always looking for cool opportunities to merge performing arts with foreign language. Luckily, here in New York, there are lots of opportunities to do that. And I hope to find more along the way. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much. And I would also like to present Professor Julie Tay, the director of the MATI program. She'll introduce herself very briefly and discuss a little bit about what we expect to hear today in the conference.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Hi to people that have come on site. You are heroes. And a big welcome to those of you who have logged in online. We are very pleased here to be presenting a day full of speakers and panelists who will be telling us that there is no need to freak out over AI. I'm sure we'll come away stronger. And so let's dig in.
Thank you so much. So the first presenter today is Gibran. He is a PhD student. If I could please get a program very quickly here so I can present him formally. Thank you so much. All right. So he is connecting from France. He's a PhD student at the University of Lorraine. He is focused on Berber mobility throughout Europe and the linguistic, cultural, and historical flow of these communities beyond borders constitutes the central concern of his research. So that's a little bit about him. And today he will be discussing the topic called Universalizing Berber Literature, Translation, Technology, and World Literature Theory. So please give it up for Gibran. Thank you.
Thank you. So today I'm going to talk about the theory of world literature of David Damrosch, who is a professor at Harvard University, has been teaching comparative literature. So I did a case study about his theory that composes of three mechanisms: circulation, reception, transformation, and translation. So my case is a Berber author who is also a translator. So he wrote a novel called Four Breed Alone in Arabic, and it was not considered as a good novel. It was considered as literature of nothingness. So it was a marginalized case. So now the best element of this theory of David Damrosch is that it gives us an idea how to get out of marginalization, how to transcend your work, how to transcend any novel into a way of internationalization. So for him, the case was that a novel called For Breed Alone, it was an autobiographic novel. It talks about hardship, poverty of Moroccan society. So at the beginning, it was written in Arabic, so it was not viewed as a good novel. But after a moment, he had a friend called Paul Bowles, who has been living in Tangier in Morocco. So he's American. So he translated his novel into English. And after that, the circulation of this novel came into a global. So everybody has been reading and his novel into English. So in this point, the circulation of David Damrosch into world literature helps marginalized literature, like in the case of Berber literature, to transcend into other communities, into other production, to get into contact with other culture. For example, this case of Berber literature gets in contact with the American culture because it has been translated in English. So the circulation of this book has been in contact with other books in American society, and then it gives us a new horizon of this book. We changed the way that people have been looking at it into Arabic, bad point of view into English, which I see it's a very important mechanism of process of David Damrosch. So the point of circulation is very important. That's why I try to demonstrate here how a book that has been banned in the Arab world changed just by the process of translation. Because Paul Bowles translated and shaped his English version. But before it was not a text, it was not considered. It was considered a French text. So according to the world literature written by David Damrosch, we can see new communities getting into access. We can see, for example, Western publishers and global visibility that get a new access to his translation, because getting in contact with other communities helped the writer to get into a new internationalization, into a new way of Americanization. How and this is very important in the three mechanisms that have been analyzed. For example, the production, circulation, and translation. So the production was made first at the beginning was made in Arabic, but it was not succeeded. So what happened? It has to be another process, another mechanism in order to circulate that production into another countries, which is of course by the mediator of Paul Bowles. Paul Bowles did all the work. He translated and he shaped his book into English version so that the Western publisher can read it at the international level. And this creates transformation, a new transformation of looking at the author, at the marginalized author. So in this journey, I tried to show you this presentation, as you could see, and this was what I have been doing in my presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gibran. We appreciate that. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much for that. Now it's time for a Q&A. Who has questions, whether from online, here in person? If you have a question online, please feel free to unmute yourself. If anyone here on campus has a question, I will pass you the mic. Yes, you have a question here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Gibran. Thank you for presenting. You said that For Bread Alone was published. It was written originally in Arabic, but I just see in the abstract that there's a thriving oral tradition and also a literary tradition among Berbers. So how is that rendered in the original Arabic?
Okay. So I said Arabic because before the Berber language was not an official language. It was written by the Arabic letters. It was like a dialect. It was not an official language. But right now it has been just recognized as an official language, and its letters are very different than the Arabic, which are tifina, and Latin. So before the writer wrote it in Arabic language. That's why it was not considered as a good literature. But then the mediator, Paul Bowles, the American author, translated into English, and then it became a very, very successful novel.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? Comments? All right. Well, thank you so much, Gibran. Let's give him another round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you also for your patience as well as we deal with these technical difficulties. The second person that we have today is Siyang Kane Gao, and he holds an MS in translation from New York University and has worked as a freelance translator on the US East Coast for about 20 years across many domains, particularly in marketing, literature, technology, and legal affairs. Currently, he's predominantly focusing on video game localization. Veteran Geek Gao keeps apprised of new technologies as ways to maximize productivity and minimize repetitive strain injuries that translators tend to suffer over time. And today he'll be presenting in response to the rise of artificial intelligence.
Hello, okay. So I'm not much of a public speaker and my energy isn't really helping at all. So if this bores you out, please bear with me for a couple of minutes. I'm gonna be finishing as soon as possible. So today, let's talk about kind of the elephant in the room for a while, AI and translation. Okay. First up, let's just say translation as a trade is dead. That's what I've been hearing a lot, like since this time last year. This isn't really something new. Like from my personal experience, translation has been announced dead every maybe 5 years or so. Like I still remember back in early 2000s, my parents were telling me, you don't need to learn English anymore because we have this amazing electronic dictionary these days. So anyone can look up what they want to say in another language. And that's only the beginning. Like then later Google Translate came around. People were again, yeah, translation is not a real thing anymore. Anybody can communicate with anybody with the help of Google. But then nothing really happened. Later after that, there came neural network machine translation, which is just a fancier way of doing machine translation, I guess. And again, it failed to kill translation as a profession. Now here we are with large language models since the rise of ChatGPT, and now we are seeing a whole lot of large language models or LLMs popping up all over the place. Again, people are saying this is finally gonna kill translation. So far, I think it's not happening because we still have a half a room of people doing translation sitting here. But on the other hand, this time around, I'm seeing things happening already, not necessarily good or bad. Let's take a look at this. What is an LLM? It's called a large language model because of the number of parameters they operate on, often over like dozens of billions or hundreds of billions. What is a parameter? It's kind of a property of an object. For example, like we humans perceive the world. I come in here and see this piece of furniture. Suppose I don't know what it's for. First, I'm gonna evaluate by a dimension of like height is about to the middle of myself. Then again, by the dimension of a size, I see it has a tabletop that is big for maybe a couple of computers. Based on this information, I can infer this piece of furniture is a podium that is supposed to be used by standing up without a chair, because or else, according to another dimension that is called common sense, you're not going to see anything on the tabletop. This is essentially how large language models work. It chews through like mountains of human written text and analysis the relations of words, phrases, and sentences, and try to react to human speech based on this analyzation. the result is that they can tell almost indistinguishable from a real human. But the other thing is, at the same time, it doesn't know what it's talking about. It's just mimicking a pattern of behavior displayed by a species different from its own. So what can it do? Mostly, like I said, an LLM is especially good at mimicking human speech without understanding it. Naturally, this comes as a big impact on the industry of translation. Maybe not yet interpretation, but I think we are ultimately on the same boat. So maybe after a couple of months, they will be seeing something about the same. What I'm seeing right now is it is really affecting the dynamics of the translation market. The upside of having an LLM is that it can really do meaningful translation for you. You say something to it in one language, and it does a precise and extensive matching of tokens to convert it into another language. Basically, there is zero opportunity for grammar issues or typo, which has been plaguing machine translations a lot so far. Right now, this problem is finally solved. The issues it does introduce is that it's kind of limited. First of all, it has a context window. Of the entire conversation, it can only see a certain portion from here to here. There is a limited length. Anything after that length is outside the context window, and then as a result, it starts to forget what you said before to accommodate what you said just now. So they cannot indefinitely remember things. The other thing is hallucination. Hallucination. Some people think AI is trying to lie to you, but that's not really the case. Because as I said, it's all based on mathematical calculation and prediction. The LLM listens to your input and try to predict what kind of a word you want to hear next. After that word, it runs the process again to produce the next word. Repeat this, rinse and repeat until it thinks a reasonable answer has already been given. If any one link in this entire circle goes wrong, the generation is only to get wronger. As a result, we are starting to see hallucinations, disinformation that is, misinformation that looks eerily like real information, but it is not really lying to you because really believes it's doing the correct math. With this kind of tool, the impact on the translation industry I'm seeing comes in three phases: the good, the bad, and the ugly. Starting with the good, this is I believe the best thing that ever happened to translators in the past 3,000 years, maybe. Since the beginning of this profession, we have been mechanically copying information from one language to the other. The birth of computer didn't really help us with anything. We are still doing essentially the same thing, only instead of writing, we are now typing slightly faster, but no material difference. Right now with AI, we can get rid of the repetitive part of work, such as in commercial translation, like we do, especially technical translation or translating manuals, user guides, the information is explicit. There's no hidden meaning. There's no rhetoric. You just need to see the source text converted sentence by sentence in your head and write it down. This is a necessary kind of work, I believe, in this day and age that should have been addressed a long time ago. Right now, we can finally get past that to throw all that to AI and focus on the creative part ourselves. As a result, there is a huge boost of efficiency. Like you can maybe process 3 or 5 times of the work count that you can previously do. This I think is equivalent to wearing an exoskeleton, the kind of rigs wrapped around you to help you lift 500 of weight without breaking sweat. This is the equivalent of that in translation. It's like building a car. Most of your work should not be spent on hammering sheet metal or filing down pistons to create a perfect match. You should be focusing on assembling the more complicated parts of the product. The bad, as you can see, that there's no way around it because definitely LLM, these things are taking work from humans, but not in that kind of way that many might be thinking. It's pretty effective because mimicking human speech is what AIs do. The stronger the pattern of the text is, the better it performs. As a result, certain subsectors of a translation takes the hit pretty bad. Like the first is legal. Because legalese is very fancy language, but on the other hand, it's very predictable. If you write on and on and on, like half-page long sentence about the issue, but still you are using predetermined blocks. AI can take care of that really well. The other is technological, like I said, user manuals, user guides, product instructions. These things are coming in very predictable language too. The third is medical, it's kind of the same as legal because the language features a lot of terminology, but still fundamentally it's like highly predictable. Medical is as a field is surviving better under the threat of AI because of the consequences. Like if one thing goes wrong, illegal it might not have any consequence because the information is so the pile of information is so high, it can be ignored. But in medical, one mistake can cure or kill. So in that field, human translation is still preferred. I don't think it's gonna last forever. This can be particularly bad because legal, medical, and technological used to be the primary money makers for professional translators. Like myself, I do translation as the only source of income, so I care a lot about this. And there's an ugly side. Ugly side is given the situation right now, which is the total amount of demand for translation in this world is not changing. With or without AI, there's only this much work that clients needs to be done. On the other hand, with AI, the efficiency of each translator is to be enhanced by many folds. So if you do the simple math, it means the world really doesn't need so many translators, human translators from here on after. And the other thing is, I believe the rise of AI will cause the average word rate to go down in proportion because, as I said, there's only so much work that needs to be done. For that, the clients have a set budget. If all translators can process like 300% the words they use it to be, it means the per word rate is going down to maybe 1/3. So what goes right now is that I'm seeing a pretty common reaction, I believe, that is denial. It's stronger than ever. We used to say machine translation is not going to replace humans because they lack the human touch, but this is not the case anymore. With LLM, they can at least appear to be even more human than humans. As a result, I don't think it's gonna kill translation as an industry completely, but it's gonna change us. The landscape is changing in the sense that I believe the future belongs solely to what I call super translators, those who can work efficiently with AI to take all the work. As a result, for the birth of every super translator, it's gonna cost the job of at least a couple regular translators. My advice is we should start to investigate how to use AI right now instead of being made to learn to use AI later. By that time, you're missing a window already. The window I'm talking about is the tiny period of time for like, while the efficiency for some people are going up, but the general average is staying the same. So early movers at this time can keep the original per word or per hour rate and multiply that with your boosted efficiency and make extra money. This is not gonna last forever though, because as the average efficiency goes up, eventually, like I said, the rate is going down. I've been talking to people about this since a year ago. At this stage, I believe the window is already half closed, so better catch up right now. The other thing to prepare is to move. Like I said, some traditionally favored subsectors of translation are not really making money anymore. You got to move yourself into domains that are less likely to be threatened by AI. Me, myself, I work on video games localization because that is one thing that machine cannot handle really well. The first thing is because of the limited attention span, they cannot maintain a consistent stage or performance from beginning to the finish, especially if you're expecting to hear multiple different kinds of things in different kinds of voices from it. As a result, I have not seen any AI so far that is able to maintain the differences between characters and keep it throughout the play. Other than that, there are like narrative gimmicks, like foreshadowing. A lot of times we see a little bit of foreshadowing on page 10. It's finally paid off by the time of maybe page 200. The machine is not quite able to handle this well because over the course of the pages, it keeps forgetting things. And also the novelty use of a language, like in literary works, a lot of the times what you write doesn't necessarily mean what it really means. That is a little bit beyond machines too. I believe the broad domain of literary translation, like not only video games, including novels, including movies, stage plays, so on and so forth, that has to do with human conditions and the rhetorics. They're gonna fare relatively well against the AI. But that is not the only way, I believe. Now you still have time to explore, so go out or where you should be in the next couple of years, start finding treadstones and start moving. Be one of the last to survive instead of being edged out. Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah, you can check the chart.
Oh, I need to check journal is where?
Stop share. Stop sharing.
Okay, I'm seeing the chat window. There doesn't seem to be any questions, right?
Oh, they're just wondering if they'll get a copy of your slides.
They will, yeah, you guys will get copies of the slides, so, yes. If anyone has questions, you can ask. Okay, we have a question here,
Okay. Oh, okay.
Should I use the microphone?
if you would like to.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on confidentiality concerns with using LLMs. Because you did mention legal and medical being good uses of LLM for translation. But with a lot of legal and medical translators I've talked to and the companies doing that, they're not using LLMs because those documents, legal and medical documents, have so much confidential information about the client or about other people that they're not supposed to put it into an LLM. So do you think that might change, or what are your thoughts on that?
I believe that's gonna change over time, but right now, that is a real concern. A lot of clients, they do have concerns with confidentiality with the use of LLM. That's something you got to work out with a client. If they allow that, then great, I can just work with LLM. If they don't, well, you can still do things all the way, right? Over time, though, I believe clients are going to get used to it because that's the rise of every single technology, especially in the cloud computing age. People are suspicious about privacy in the beginning, but eventually, as these services become commonplace and the leaders emerge from the market. For example, right now, back in the days, people don't trust Microsoft at all, but these days, most business, they use Microsoft's products no matter what, because it's too big to lie to you, and people have really finally realized that. I believe over time, LLM is gonna be commonplace for even legal and medical translation. That does not mean I believe humans are out, because as said before, it's like a exoskeleton relationship. The machine doesn't work without human in the middle.
I think you might have gotten a question in the chat.
Okay, sorry, let me catch up. Many fellow translators are giving up freelancing and taking up permanent positions and in-house translators or retaining as content writers or editors. Have you noticed the similar trends in the USA? Honestly, I have not, because since the time I came into this industry, most translators were already seeing this as a side gig, because especially in China, the payment for translator is extremely poor. It's simply impossible to feed yourself by doing translation alone. So they are all doing it on the side while having a full-time job somewhere else. So in the US, it looks like mostly the same. In that case, I don't think it's gonna be a trend. It's not gonna be a new trend. Anything else? Okay, please.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. A couple more questions.
Thank you very much. These sort of, I'll just characterize them as hiccups for the moment, that the models, they are what they are, tokens, mathematical predictability, those things. So the things that they cannot do very well right now, especially with creative work, is it a matter of time until they can, or you're saying that likely they will never be because of the way they work?
I don't think it's gonna happen even in the predictable future, because they can mimic the pattern of a language, but not the story you're telling. It's limited by the context window and it doesn't really know the meaning of the things they're talking about. As a result, they can only mimic humans within a certain range. But if you are building up a whole narrative architecture, that's not gonna happen with AI alone. I like the question.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very interesting. My question is, the language learning models, cryptocurrency, and gaming, where do you see the merging of that now and in the future? Thank you.
I'll give my honest personal question, so sorry if this is offending to some. I believe the cryptocurrency is a scam. But with so many people in the scam, it's becoming sort of a thing. As a result, it's a middle area because of a real industry and a fake industry. No comments on that. Otherwise, with video games and AI, I don't think they are merging because in video games, most of the time we are not handling technological stuff like some people might believe. Most of our work, like 90% of our work, are focused on creative. And that's gonna be like anti-AI. I don't see this mixing or creating any synergy.
I think we have one more person there on Zoom that would like to speak.
Yes, that don't really think they are bringing together contents already exist. It's really does. Yes, I really agree with that. I tried writing language with oh, okay. That's not really a question, it's a comment. One talking point from your slides that I think is useful to reiterate is that LLMs don't really think. They are bringing together contents that already exist. This really does speak to the type of work it's good at or not good at. This is very true. I have personally tried writing stories with LLM with minimum input. The result is very disappointing. You have to guide it every single step to come up with a reasonably good story.
I don't know if Cynthia wanted to say something right there. She has a-
It was her.
Oh.
So that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's give him a round of applause. All right, so now we are going to get into our faculty panel. So we are having two professors walking in from Seattle. So thank you so much to them. I will present in just a few. So again, if you just came in or if you just logged in, I am Daniella. I graduated actually from the same program in May 2023. Thank you. And we are going to have Professor Carla DiFranco. She's one of our professors here in the MATI program. She has been involved in translation and localization for over 25 years. She is holding a variety of roles in the industry: translator, engineer, project manager, and instructor. And from these roles, she's gained experience in machine translation and CAT tools. And she leverages this experience in teaching her CAT courses. Role is in the Windows compatibility, guys. Compatibility, there you go, team at Microsoft. Our other speaker is Pavel Soukenik. He is the head of global solutions at Accolade and adjunct lecturer at the University of Washington. His contributions to international growth of leading global companies and to nurturing future industry innovators were recognized with the Microsoft Supplier of the Year Award and the University of Washington Instructional Excellence Award. Renowned for his contributions to education and leadership focused on partnership and excellence, Pavel excels in transforming strategic insights into effective global solutions. And we also have our very own Professor Julie Tay, a distinguished lecturer here with the Department of Classical and Oriental Studies and director of the MATI program here at Hunter. Her research interests lie in multilingualism, translational modalities, and political economy. The topic today is the evolution of AI and its impact on language, which is of course something that we're all concerned about. So we are going to have them, if professors Carla and Pavel, if you could please turn on your camera so that we could see your lovely faces. And then I'll see if I can put a spotlight on you guys so that we can all see here on canvas. All right, guys, thank you so much for being here once again. And I'm gonna ask you questions to each of you. Okay, so the first question is the following. What are the main ethical issues in AI today that you are concerned about? And since Professor Pavel was there, could you please start us off?
Yeah, Daniella, thank you. It's great to join. I was in another call, but I caught the end of the previous talk. Very, very interesting. I think it's a natural continuation. So in my work, and I think, so I'll be focusing on the implications in languages, but these are broader problems. They come into play whether you're using LLMs for language tasks or for screening CVs, which I hope people don't do. But I think there is several well-known issues, and the one point I want to highlight that, for example, with hallucinations, there was a lot of talk about hallucinations 2 years ago, and now you barely hear about them. But the fact that we don't hear about them isn't because they got better or they disappeared. In fact, they got worse with the more advanced models. So some of these problems, even maybe people are kind of tired of reiterating it. It does not necessarily mean that these issues don't exist. There's overall problems with the bigger model, the more capable model you need to build, the more data you need for that. The more data you throw at it, the more difficult it is to deal with issues of bias and alignment. And I don't want to speak for too long, but another thing that I was reading interesting papers about over the past several months is with these so-called thinking models that are doing things in a more multi-step process. The fairly new thing that is coming up, and again, probably not influencing the language applications so much, is what's called a scheming behavior, where essentially the model is subverting what the user is trying to do without being transparent about what it's doing. So there's a lot of things that come into play, and I'll stop here because I don't want to cover too much ground, but for sure, being able to differentiate factual correctness of the answers is a still big unresolved problem.
Perfect, thank you so much. Now, I'm gonna ask Professor Carla if you could please share. I'm gonna repeat the question for you. What are the main ethical issues in AI today that you are concerned about?
Yeah, thank you, Daniela. Good to see you again after a few years. For me, it's like I think I'll pile on to what Pavel was saying. Like one, I think is training data. So what is the stuff trained on? Where on the internet is it going? Like all of these things. Like the internet is not exactly, the beacon of truth all the time. And so because these things don't think, what are they being trained on and how biased is that? There's tons of research out there that show, what it says things are, what it says things are not, and not all of it is correct. And also the truthfulness of it. Like I think your average user might or might not understand that these things don't think. And I think that's also an ethical problem, right? Because you're putting this out there for like Joe Schmo user to use. And like people like my mom or my auntie or whatever, they don't understand that this is not human created, human curated. Like they're just looking at this as like, oh, okay, this thing told me this thing, right? And you begin then like I know this sounds a little cuckoo maybe, but population control, like all this stuff isn't far away if people are really assuming this is truthful and it's actually been researched and it's coming from a good place, right? So those are some of the ethical concerns just in my mind.
Thank you so much, Professor. And Professor Tate.
Okay, so
The camera's showing.
You could stand here. The camera's pointing this way.
oh, Okay. So, yeah, building on what my colleagues just said, I think inaccuracy, for sure, we were still dealing with that at some level. And somewhat broader, what Carla just said, the misinformation and the fact that AI is commonly accessible, right? So I'm going to just take this more broadly and kind of and step back a little bit in terms of conceptualizing in my field, which is language and political economy, you go back to the idea of what language is in Bordeaux's sense, right? Of its having use value and symbolic value and how it's come through, I think, in the turn of this century into being a commodity. And at this stage, I think for me, the most pressing thing about AI is that it is not a person, right, or a thing. It wields power by inversion of agency. So, in the traditional study of language, agency is central to how language is deeply human and important and a powerful attribute of being human. So in the larger, I think in the broadest analysis or the ultimate analysis, when we speak of the inflection point right now, and we've already normalized it. That's, to me, that's the scary thing, because we spend a lot of time talking about the product of AI, whether or not it measures up to human quality, when in fact there's nothing backstage, there's nothing back there for us to work on, right? It's not anything that we could hold accountable. And so I think to start is simply the broadest concern is how it diminishes, and it threatens to deflect from development, that we have a responsibility, development of human cognition and of faculties. How our kids, I think generations from now may forget that, we have the advantage of practicing, all the stuff that they may not even know about, improvisation, rhetoric, good style, discernment, all of those things that we take for granted now. And we can say, hey, you know what? Sure, to hell with AI, but I would still choose to translate something good and feel good about it. So that's my main concern, really, the children.
Thank you so much. My second question, and we'll start actually with you, Professor Pavel. Where do you think AI will displace translators, and where is that not useful for translations?
Oh, sorry, was it me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I think Kenneth teed up this really well in his presentation, because it's like there are areas where it's going to do great. Like I just tested it with a patent like Wednesday in class, and it was like, wow, that's as good as I could do. And I know this patent, like I've done it before many times. And so like the repetitive stuff, the manuals, the financial stuff, some legal, I think their opportunity really is going to be for the more creative endeavors, plus things that have really strong legal implications, such as medical devices, things that have high regulatory standards around them. Like those things, I really feel like you make one mistake and it's all over. So that's my opinion, but I'm happy to hear from others.
Thank you so much. Professor Pavel,
Yeah,
is your take?
I would add to this that I think it's good to be realistic. I feel like we're not at a point where I would tell people do not pursue a career of an interpreter or translator. But we're definitely at a point where I would say, you think that as a translator, you'll be able to make a living translating manuals, how to operate a phone or a printer. That's not going to happen. If you want to be translating things that are art, entertainment, I think that the need for the human still is. I don't want to be reading 100 Years of Solitude translated by AI, but And what I will just agree with what the previous speakers said about the legal limitations, etc. Sometimes it's even more just what the law allows rather than is it technically feasible. I think AI interpreting in hospital is a good example. Theoretically, you can have it where it's going to some model, maybe it's if you're paying for that model, it's hosted by, let's say, Microsoft Azure, not plugging in Microsoft here. I'm not affiliated with Microsoft. But then you know your data is not being used for any training or anything. But at the same time, legally, that's not allowed. So interpretation is in hospitals with AI. It's feasible, but as Carla said, it does introduce some level of risk, which is just unacceptable for the insurance companies. So that would be my take on it, but absolutely we're shifting to where for a lot of use cases, what you get out of it for the language tasks is kind of good enough. And I think that needs to inform where we want to put our own professional focus and our career paths.
Thank you so much, Professor Tseng.
So yeah, I agree. Well, certainly the number one thing is interpreting anything that is of high context, right? So I believe we should probably I keep reminding my students, we of course domain is a useful concept to think in, right? When we tend to think of domains in terms of subject fields, however, I think we need to be smarter and more real world oriented, right? In how we think about domains, that actually they're not separate thingies either. And that in fact, if we think in terms of high low context as a continuum, right? And we think of levels of integration with the real world and engagement with material, with the material world. So I think, very simply, you say the legal text can be low context. If it is some contract that's being repeated over and over and over, as in the real estate, those documents or insurance documents. Whereas we think of something as being perhaps outside of translation, as in a cooking scene, right? And then you think of how that leads to recipes that may not be actually lend themselves very well translated by AI. So there are ways of thinking around this in terms of how we relate to the real world.
And stay right there, because I'm gonna ask you, in your point of view, what does AI look like in the larger landscape of globalism, for example, power and those types of
Okay. Yeah, that. I think of kind of my own personally, in my first engagement with AI, and I do use it quite frequently nowadays. Certainly OpenAI, ChatGPT. I find that, and I totally agree with Siyang's point, right? That it saves you so much tedium in the everyday of work. And the power lies not so much in the surface of its changing, the way we live, the fact that you can have a robotic housemaid, from that to actually being able to produce text very quickly, that are more or less, serviceable, right, as opposed to good. It is the power lies in its invisibility. When things go wrong, that you cannot go back to it and improve it. That in other words, you're left with the shit, right? And therefore, the way I see it is that it leads to a landscape of. To me, I see this as a frontier of maybe to borrow Foucault's vision, right? Of totality in governmentality, in power, right, in languages and multilingualism and multilinguality and our translation and thinking, all of that being actually totally managed by software developers and the coders. And the only people really ultimately, that is the motivation behind AI, because the AI is no subjectivity. The subjectivity lies in the developers, and they are motivated for more and more of this, and it's the same dimension that we've been in for the last 300 years at least.
Thank you. We're gonna move on to Professor Pavel.
Yeah, so I want to chime in with one specific example that I find fascinating, because we are talking about languages, and that's the gap when you're using these commercial AI models and you ask the same question in English. It's the language bias. There's studies out there, and I'll put a link to one of them into the chat, that show, especially for example with the ChatGPT 3.5 model, for some languages like Korean, it would answer correctly 15% of the cases, where for English it would translate correctly in 75%. With the newer models, that ratio is getting better, but you still have this pretty significant gap where on English it will give you 85% correct answers, but you switch to Arabic, you switch to Bengali, and you're dropping into low 40s. That's a significant gap that exists, and you're asking about the same facts, you just use a different language to communicate the same question. And the study shows that if you're asking also questions related to Western half of the world, you get better answers. But it's also, even if I'm asking something about the United States and I ask the same question in English, in Italian, in Korean, in Swahili, the correctness and the factualness and the number of details you're getting in the answer is dropping significantly. And I know there's a lot of talk about building smaller models, focus on specific languages, specific countries. And I can absolutely see where this drive is coming from, because there is just no escaping based on how these models are built. This kind of thing is really built into that. And I think it's, again, something that a lot of people don't realize, that a lot of the world is underserved by this AI and exposed to much more incorrectness and much more hallucinations just because of this bias that's inherent in just the language used to communicate with these tools.
Thank you so much. Professor Carla?
There we go. So I don't have anything more unique to say, but I'll pile on to what Pavel was saying. And I think I think it breeds this chicken and egg problem of like, then does that mean that folks are in some of these communities, like in India, for example, if I'm trying to ask it questions in Bengali, do I then switch to English, right? So does that take me then out of my culture? I have to now use my L2 or L3 to like actually interact with technology. Like we went so far, by, building out versions of the operating system, versions of Word that are in all of these languages because we thought that was awesome. Now are we bringing it right back to like that one language again? Like we're taking people away from their language and from their culture so that they can engage with this technology? Is that going to happen? I don't know. Are the models going to get better so that I can use it in Bengali or Urdu or whatever? Maybe. Is there money there? Probably not. Like, so I think these are some of the things that we should probably think about. I mean, honestly, we can't do anything about it, but as Julie correctly pointed out, like this stuff is built to make money. This stuff is built to, serve a certain need, and it's built by engineers, not built by linguists. So yeah, there's definitely like a gap there, and the how and the what.
All right, thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. We're gonna get a 15A. I saw a lot of people taking notes over here on campus, inquisitive faces. So I'm sure it was the same thing in on Zoom. So who has questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you for the panelists. That was really great. I was just, I guess it's an observation that this phenomenon is going to sharpen the relationship between the written text and the oral text to now make a quick reference to the first speaker and the orality of Berber. Because, you know, we keep going back between translation and interpretation, and obviously there's something in interpretation, let's say in the medical field, you know, patients lie, misremember. You know, they have certain agendas that I can't imagine that an interpretive machine can pick it up. Anyway, that's just a very small little case, but I'm just thinking now that orality and the written text, just more theoretically that, you know, the phenomenon of the language model will sharpen that discourse. I don't know exactly how, but it will, I guess. Thank you. Any comments on that? All right.
I would like a quick comment on it. I was listening to a debate between, I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the other person. That's unfortunate. But it was Emily and Bender from the University of Washington, one of the co-authors of the stochastic parrot paper, talking to how it will come back to me. And they talked about this and they touched on the, without all the text data, would the AI actually ever be this clever, so to say? And they both agreed, even though they were arguing opposite sides of things, that the answer was no. But there's also this interesting thing where you want the machine to be fluent in the spoken realm, then you're training it on voice data, and then it's a little bit different, and again you're exposing it to other problems, and kind of bridging the gap is weird. I was telling Carla this situation where I was using a voice model and then it gave me a transcription, but because it's not really transcribing it, somehow, because I also speak Czech as my first language, but I was not speaking Czech, and it wasn't like doing an error where it was thinking because of my accent that I'm speaking Czech and trying to transcribe my English into Czech. No, it understood my English, but then it's spit it out in Czech language, and it's just really weird to understand what's really happening in these multimodal models, and the it just opens more cracks for where things can go wrong. So when you're talking about these examples like the medical environment and so on, yes, I would be even more concerned. And it is trickier, but I did want to say, I think there is something very special about the human language and the written language that enables this.
Thank you so much for that.
Can I add to
Yes.
the question of written text and orality? I tend to think that it goes back to, you know, how at the beginning, right? The first thing that struck me is that, you know, all the conversation is around the product, you know, that AI puts out, right? When in fact, if you look at the process is so entirely different with the LLM. What it is the input of data that could only be in a single dimension, one thing at a time. Whereas human beings, whether it be, you know, the video games, you know, the characters within, or, you know, or we are here trying to make sense of the conversation and you know, and reading the program, there's this intertextuality that certainly it's not the computer environment, I would imagine, would not be amenable to that, you know, for a long time to come, if ever. So in that sense, right, I think the way to go, you know, is to rethink on the definition of translation as a kind of writing. It's translation of thinking, and it is writing, right? And you know, and I think of the you know, the laureate writer, American Anderson, her acceptance speech being that, she's a writer of for young readers, that writing helps me make sense of the world, right? And that's what we have to be doing, I think, in our classrooms as we train translators to kind of stop, professional writing doesn't mean that you poo-poo the literary, translators. Professional translation is actually, making your translation has to be up to a point where your human effort and your creativity is valid and, and it's worth something that you're making money on. That's all.
And Daniela, can I very briefly add, like one thing that I forgot to say? These machines inherently, they're trained by reward. So inherently, they will always try to make the user happy, the patient happy, or the doctor happy. If you're in the hospital with the patient and the doctor, you're not trying to make the patient happy and the doctor happy. You're trying to get to a good outcome. There is no way to train these models other than rewarding them for when they get things right, so to speak. And the way they get things right is when the user is happy and is like, yeah, this is what I wanted. That's not what we want in these situations. And there's just no way to train the machine otherwise.
Great. That's a great point. Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Pavel, I believe you mentioned scholar Emily, something just going off the heels of that. Can all, off the top of your heads, can all the speakers think of scholars who are investigating the efficacy, limitations, and the successes of large language models? Thank you.
The audio was breaking a little bit for me. I'm sorry. I didn't catch the question.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it was just breaking a little. Carla,
Okay.
did you catch that?
I'm curious, to all the speakers, I'm curious, what scholars and what scholarship do you see that competently discusses the use of large language models and their limitations, and all this debate about how we should use it and when we shouldn't use it?
Yeah, I'm going to put a link to the debate I mentioned, because you really have kind of opposing camps. You have scholars and who are more skeptical, more critical. You have scholars who are much more kind of optimistic about that. I think it's somewhere in the middle. But let me see. I can put at least one link, and there's multiple names. What I try to do is I just try to follow both camps. So I try to follow what does Gary Marcus say, and Gary Marcus and Emily and Bender are more on the skeptical side, but in a healthy way. I spent 2 years in trust and safety environment, and that's very much focused on the harm that can come from things, which is significant. And then I think that the more optimistic side of the camp has so many voices. I'm not going to be even naming names, but let me put at least one link to the debate that was about to what degree are these things kind of thinking. So I'll put a link in there. Great question.
Can I add on as well to what Pavel was saying? I can't talk to the scholarship as much as I can talk to, like, in where I sit right now in the industry. Like, we are being told at work, oh, you need to use these. You need to use these in your day-to-day. You should use them for all these things. Like, it'll help you do this. It'll help you do that. And even people who sit in the industry who, like, I am on the larger team that is pushing out Copilot to Windows devices, right? Like, I am on my team is small, but like, Windows is a big team, right? And I still struggle. I'm like, what the hell do I do with this? How do I use this effectively? And then they talk about this, and my question is always, well, we supposedly know what we're doing, and we're even confused. And how do you help the regular consumer use this effectively? And I think this translates well to also what translators are doing, because not every translator is highly technical. Obviously, like there's a range, right? And so I think the rubber really hits the road when it's clear to people what is good, what is bad, what is useful, what is not. And I think that there is a huge responsibility on all the technology companies to make that crystal clear and to put those guardrails in place. And they're not doing a very good job doing it right now. Where I see the bigger problem, like just from my perspective, is just the confusion of how people would use it. Like, you know, Copilot is on people's devices. You see the little icon all over the place. But I think most people are like, and then what? You know, that's one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is people are using it to like create a bot that they can have as a friend. And that friend creates an echo chamber. And that echo chamber is super dangerous, particularly if that person has, you know, mental health issues or whatnot, right? So it's like, tech needs to put those guardrails in place for everybody and make it really clear like what this is and what this is not. Because right now it is so confusing for people. And it's moved so fast. So anyway, that's just my
And again, there is this inherent conflict that the more capable you make the models, the more impossible it becomes to create effective guardrails because of the scheming behaviors, etc. And I'm using the behavior as something we observe. And so I put the link into the debate, and one of the topics was Emily was saying, well, why don't you build smaller targeted models that are easier to control, easier to validate what the data it's built on, more ethical, and they accomplish a specific job. And again, there is this trade-off of, well, do we actually need to build something that's very general and can handle a lot of things well? The counter argument to that would be that if you have a super large model that can understand everything from chemistry, it will even do a little better job at translating that something that's just built for translations. But so it is a question, just because you could, does it mean you should? There's a lot of philosophical, ethical questions around this.
Thank you so much. Do we have time for one question, Professor?
Hi, thank you so much for all this great panel. It's been very, very interesting. Since all of you are scholars and work academically, do you think that now or in the future, some kind of course to learn about ethics and discernment and critical thinking, but particularly when dealing with AI should be necessary? And if yes, how do you imagine that it should be? What content should be there? Yeah, that basically things. Thank you so much.
Yes, I could start. That's a very good question. I think it should be the underlying thematic for any, it should be the underlying thematic for any curriculum, going forward as of now. And certainly this is something that the MATI program is working on. In terms of conversations that have to be, that have to address this headlong. Not just a course as such that is, it has to be a culture shift. It has to be a conceptual shift in how we understand translation. And in that sense, right, with professional translation, just now before they started today's conference, Siyang and I were talking about, how kind of, we've come around in a circle, right? So we started out and there was a lot of that kind of hype, of professional translation, it's here and, it's about globalization and there's all the money to make. It's a big industry and it's a new industry. And just as recently as 10 years ago, right, I think you hear older, translators, the seniors, in that generation talking about how, hey, look, you've got to learn to do all the practical things that make it useful, right? Medical, legal, and then business and financial. And then, literary translation was kind of put in the background of, oh, no, you're a star. You try to, did you translate a book? Who's going to pay for that? Here it is, right? I mean, we are actually, I think this is it is an existential crisis, not for translators so much, as for human beings, for future generations. How are we gonna, get, and here's the thing, AI is, if you think about it, it's just another product. And it's like candy, how do you get candy manufacturers? We're talking about there is not enough, like Pavel said, there's not enough transparency, there's not enough explicit warning, as to the good and the bad and the ugly and all. Of course not. They're gonna tell you that sugar is bad for you. No, sugar is too attractive, at one level. And then of course, then you leave the kids, to form the bad habits and lose what is essential, and and on and on and on. So yeah, certainly, Laura, I think we have to be rethinking, on how translators are trained.
Thank you, Professor Tay. Does anyone want to add on to that? No, all good? All right, no more questions. Okay, we have someone here.
Hi, this is not a question, but I'm just trying to just have a summary in my head about what is being said, these discussions with the previous professors about using AI. And thinking on that way, I would question much who are the leaders taking the decisions, assuming that AI will be replacing all the human work in translation. In my case, I work translating English to Spanish in a museum for labels and all the didactics that we produce. We coexist with AI very efficiently. We love it. It's still reducing the amount of work that we do. What we will make in a page translating from English to Spanish, and we still need a lot of people to make the discussion for every selection of work, especially because the discussion and the time and the historic moment that we're living, talking about inclusion, accessibility, political matters, and all the decisions that are taken to the American government impacts the way that we interpreted all those words. So I think the discussion here, that what I am feeling is who is taking those decisions, pay or not pay, all these consensus of people who are interpreting all these texts. I see that the AI is here to stay, and we have to learn to work how we can do the best that we can with the resources we can. So in my case, and the place that I work with, I see that the decisions are if the people who are translating, and still we need to build a line of like proofing, reviewing, editors, and not just translators. So my issue is who is telling those leaders, those corporates who are taking the decisions with AI, that we still need people. So, and we will be still need it, and we need to focus that money on people, not just thinking about AI is bad or worse, or we need to find ways to balance. I don't have a response. It's like it was a comment of like trying to understand what is the discussion here. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
So I can take a stab at it. Carla, feel free to add. You already included a few important considerations in that question when you mentioned changing regulations, how the languages evolve, how the legal framework evolves. Humans are able to keep up with it. When you're using AI, it's stuck on whatever year the data was trained on, and the old data is still outweighing even some new facts. So I absolutely agree with you that just relying on the machine is not the answer. I feel the really concerning thing is there is this commercial and competitive pressure. So I find myself often in situations when I'm like the more skeptical voice in the room when it comes to talking to clients about this is what we could do as a language service supplier. And the more you are realistic about that, the less competitive you are, because there is some other company that will be happy to say, no, it's fine, you can just run the machine translation on this and you can save money. So there is this commercial pressure and then we're kind of compounding this race to the bottom that I don't think is good for anybody. And my other concern would be that, okay, even with machine translation, right, we still need human in the loop, but we're paying them less and less because we're asking them to do less and less. But that means that are we then getting the real experts? And we're not, because we're not paying them enough. And then for the important part where I am relying on having the expert, paradoxically, I could end up in a situation where the person looking at it is not the right expert. So then the value evaporates, and it's something that I wish I had a good answer to, and I don't. And I'm just trying to educate people about, yes, you're looking at the machine is telling you here it's 95% accuracy, but that 95% does not mean what you thought it means when you have a quality assurance done by human on a sample of 3,000 words. That's a completely different score than the score that tells me somewhere on one segment, on one sentence, it's 95. People conflate that, and I worry that a lot of it is because commercially it suits people to paint the rosy picture. And then we're in this downward spiral, which is not healthy. And again, I wish I had I do think that the pendulum will swing, and right now it's swinging in the direction of like, no, it's good. But I think it's a matter of time for people to realize, actually, no, we need to course correct. And I already had conversations with some clients who realized we went too far with relying on the machine too much. So I think some people are realizing it already.
Regulations, I think, are going to help with that. Like, I know the EU is very strong right now with regulating lots of tech. To add on to what you said, Pavel, I think it's also incumbent on the translation industry to educate clients. Like, and I can just speak from experience, like years ago, when MT was like, oh, it's 10 years away, when everyone was using rule-based stuff. People were still putting their head in the sand and be like, no, we don't want to use it. No, it's okay. Like, we should have been ahead of that as an industry. I think, like, I saw too much within, and I'm speaking about the American Translators Association, which, like it or hate it, it's all we got in the US pretty much. But like, they purposefully were like, no, this is horrible. We cannot engage. And I kept telling people, no, engage. What's the saying? Bring your friends close, bring your enemies closer, right? Something like that. It's like, it's time to engage. Like, we have to engage now, and we have to get ahead of it rather than just say, oh, no, we're going to be okay. We're just going to all be literary translators. Nah, that's not the right answer, right? So I think it's an industry engagement and it's client education, but that has to come from everyone and it has to be consistent, right? So.
Thank you. We pass the mic over to Professor Tate.
Yeah, just to address the question online, is there anything specific you're doing in your MATI program to rethink and reshape the education of translators and interpreters? Certainly, to start, I think we are ahead of the game here at Hunter compared to a lot of other programs. To begin with, the program starts out, well, we have Carla here. She's, our professor for the CAT tool course. That's although it's framed as a CAT tool course, and in that sense, it's quite conventional, if you like, by this time. Still, that's where AI is right in the center, right? Of all of the practice and the theory around the use of computerization and digitalization and all of that we're doing in this field. And as for myself, I developed and created and persisted throughout, even from my time back at NYU. Some of you know, with a course that is the Professional Translators Workshop, where it is there, right? That, it's, I have Josh here attesting to it, right? That, all of these conversations, are part and parcel again, right, of how you carve out your practice as you move with the evolving technologization of the field. And certainly right at the center. And I don't want people to go away thinking, and certainly it reminds me, Carla, don't go and think in that old way of I'll become a literary translator. No, that's not the solution. Please, because you know what? Only 3% of translations, literary translation in this country. We are so bad. Americans don't read translations, therefore there's no money there. But sure, if you do it that way, what we need to do seriously and critically for yourself, for your children, grandchildren, whatever, is translational thinking. You have to develop those skills. And that actually, I mean, if you want to go into theory, it is the pragmatics that's missing in AI. This is impossible because there are too many variables going on at the same time as we use language, whether it be writing or speaking, right? The interactive elements, the dynamic of language, and that is at the heart of this hallmark of literary translation, which is why, in that sense, you don't do literary translation in the sense of translating a book, getting yourself stuck with 6 cents a word. No, don't do that. Right? I'm not doing that. However, you develop those thinking skills that will position you to work for Microsoft, and at the same time, we have, have the joy of translating whatever it is that you like, because Microsoft's going to pay you enough for you to do translation for its own sake, right? Which is in the first place, the beginning of everything. Any questions? Carla, you want to say something?
All right, thank you so much. Oh, you're gonna say something? Okay. All right, let's give our lovely presenters a round of applause. Thank you so much. Professor Pavel, taking the time to be here, and we guys are in Seattle, so different time zones. So thank you so very much. And right now we're going to have lunch. We'll be back at 12:55 p.m. Thank you so much, guys. Hello, everyone on Zoom. I hope you all had some lunch as well. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch here on campus. It was ordered with lots of love. So we're gonna get into the second part. We have Professor Tara Hashemi. So let's give her a round of applause. So she came all the way from Fresno. Dedication right here. She's an assistant professor of French at the California State University in Fresno, specializing in second language acquisition, multiliteracies, pedagogy, and language teacher development. She earned her Ph.D. from the University of Arizona, focusing on curriculum design in language education. Dr. Hashemi regularly publishes on multilingual learning and contributes to professional organizations in the field. Thank you so much for being here. And the topic today is infographics, AI, and multilingual creativity in the French classroom. I will set up your slides. Okay. Oops.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. For those of you here in the room at Hunter's College, for those of you online, and thank you, Daniella, for this beautiful presentation. I'm so excited to be here. I was attending on Zoom this morning. I was very impressed by the quality of the presentations that were given. But also, I noticed the diversity of the topics that were introduced to us today. So my topic is using infographics and looking at AI and the multilingual creativity all of that combined in the French classroom, how are we rethinking language learning in the age of everything that's going on with AI? So a little bit about me to give you a context. So my name is Hashemi. I'm a professor, assistant professor at Fresno State in California. I'm originally from Paris. I attended the Paris 2024 Olympics as a volunteer. That was my whole personality for a whole year. My students were fed up of hearing about it, but it was also very exciting. And being from Paris, having the Olympics hosted in my birth city I had to be part of it, and I was fortunate enough to be part of that. I started my graduate studies in Paris at the Sorbonne, and then continued my studies, but more in second language acquisition at the University of Arizona. So I went from being a wildcat to being a bulldog. And we actually, fun fact, Fresno State, we have a live mascot. His name is Victor E, so Victory, and he's the cutest, grumpiest dog. So like appropriate as a mascot, especially for faculty. So I want to start today with some questions that I want us to reflect on and hopefully bring some startup answers on. So how are AI and neural machine translation reshaping language education? And what role can digital design, and more specifically today I'm going to talk about infographics, play in this shift? So if you have been taking a language class in the past year, I want to say, or teaching a language class in the past year, you might have noticed that there is a change going on. There's a changing landscape in the field of language teaching. And that is partially caused by the rise of AI tools such as Google Translate we've had for years and years, although it is getting better and better every year. DeepL, and then the most recent one, all of the AIs such as ChatGPT. And then because of that, we see a more automation of translation and interpretation in our language classrooms. Granted, those are, again, they're not translation classroom, they're language classrooms with students being in the classroom to learn Italian, French, Spanish, German, or any other languages. And then because of that, we see a decreased reliance on memorization and grammar drills. That has always been the case when, teaching a language or learning a language. You think in your L1, in your first language, in the language you're the most comfortable in, and then you translate. We used to do that before even Google Translate and AI, but now we have those tools literally in our hands, on our phones, on our tablets, and that we don't even need to do that process anymore in our heads. The machine does it for us. So we see that growing need I see at least that growing need for creativity and engagement and critical thinking. And so when I'm now designing my curriculum for my French 1 class, my French 2 class, all the way up to upper division French classes, I'm thinking, what can I do to make this lesson, this assignment, as creative as possible, where my students are not going to want to type something and click translate and send me that for correction, but something where they're going to be engaged more creatively and using their critical thinking to achieve a specific goal. So with all of that changing landscape, we do have challenges that I'm sure you're going to be familiar with. So there's students over-trusting AI-generated translation. That's a challenge. Challenge number 2 would be surface level engagement with text that we give them to study, to look at, to be critical on. They don't really engage with them when using translation and AI. There's a loss of cultural and linguistic nuance, and then there's a need to foster transnational thinking and not just translation. So one way I found to perhaps move away from the temptation of using AI and AI-related tools is infographics. So if you're not familiar, you are familiar, everybody is familiar with infographics, but oftentimes we just don't know what they're called, but there are those usually very pretty made documents that include numbers and short summaries and graphs. And using that in the language classroom, I saw was highly beneficial because they do combine language, design, and storytelling. They encourage synthesis of content. You never see on an infographic 2 pages text. You can't do that. That would not be an infographic. It needs to be something that's really short, that is synthetic, that is summarized, and sometimes that can happen by translating something from the target language to the L1 language. And then that's also a way to build my multimodal literacy. Multimodal literacy is using not just reading and writing, but using also images, colors, and objects and pictures to communicate and to give meaning to the document, to the idea that you're trying to set. So we are at Fresno State, Adobe campus. So we are lucky enough to have access to the whole Adobe Creative Suite, and that includes Illustrator, InDesign, for free for faculty and students. But students also, and I'm sure you've seen that, and maybe you have done that as well when, either you students or, even faculty designing a flyer, we used to use Canva. I'm sure you're familiar with Canva. So that kind of like, for me, bridged that gap of accessibility by having, all of the Adobe Creative Suite accessible for my students for free. I'm not asking them to purchase anything, and students are already familiar, or at least it's friendly user enough for my students to use Canva to then move on to what is an infographic. So I've said a little bit in that previous slide why infographics could be good to be used in the language classroom, but really I want to insist with a second slide on that, why infographics could be a good idea to use in our language classrooms. So to promote deeper text comprehension, and I'm going to show a few examples, to require attention to tone, context, and register when you design that infographic, to visualize cultural nuance and multilingual expression, and then encourage active learning and peer collaboration. So I'm now going to move on to show you real class examples that were used in my classroom. Before that, I gave you context about myself. I need to give you context about the university I'm teaching at. So Fresno State is a university that is part of the Cal State system. The Cal State system is a network of 23 different universities across California. We are the biggest university I heard second biggest. I continue to say biggest university in the world in terms of students, because we are all across the state of California. Fresno State is a bit different than its sister university, as in that it is set in the Central Valley region of California. The Central Valley is a very agricultural region of California. It produces over $7 billion worth of produce. Chances are, if you're eating raisins or drinking almond or eating almonds, they are coming from Fresno or from the Central Valley. I didn't know that before moving there. And a lot of our students are first generation, coming from an agricultural background. We are also a Hispanic serving institution with over 68 of our students speaking Spanish, either as a heritage learner of Spanish or native speaker of Spanish. Fresno State is also part of the United Nations Global Compact, and that's going to be important for infographics. So being part of the United Nations Global Compact means that our university signed a pact with the United Nations saying that they will be respecting the goals set by the United Nations. Those goals include the 2030 objectives for sustainable developmental goals, 17 of them that goes from no poverty to peace and justice to life in the water, and so on and so forth. So with that in mind, with the whole context in mind, when designing my curriculum for a second semester of French, I thought, why not use what our university kind of like agreed on and got involved with the United Nations and my French classroom to bring those two together and design a lesson around two different objectives. You know how when you learn French or any other language, you always have a chapter on food? And that chapter on food usually looks like, you know, you go to a cafe and order a sandwich. How do you do that? What do you say to the waiter? How do you ask for the check? How do you leave a tip? And so on and so forth. So the idea here is like, instead of doing that and instead of having this idea of teaching a language towards consuming, right? And going to a store, if you have a module on clothing, it's like, go to a store. How would you ask for a skirt? And you learn the vocab of clothing and so on and so forth. What if for food, instead of the cafe and the restaurant and all of that, we take goal number 2 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, that is zero hunger, fin zéro in French, and the goal on good health, goal number 3, which is bonne santé et bien-être. And we combine those together, and that's how we're going to talk about food in the classroom, and not cafes and restaurants and asking for a check, but talking about real life problems that are happening in California, in the US, in, I don't know, Central America, in Europe, in the world, right? And that has the idea of engaging students critically to something that they relate with. Most of my students are never going to go to Paris in a cafe to order un pain au chocolat, you know? But a lot of my students know about, you know, food insecurity, and that they will have stuff to talk about. They will have stuff to say about, you know? So this is a study that was done in collaboration with the University of Arizona, and it was done in a second semester French classroom with 17 students, 8 of whom decided to be part of the study and were signed an agreement to share their work, but also their reflection. So the way the class was conducting, again, I bring you to that module on food. We're doing that module on food. And what we did is that, what I did is I asked students to read these selected texts on food insecurity in the French-speaking world. So you have here a sample of what was given to them. Obviously, they would have the whole web page, never printed, always giving the link so that I hope they click and search and use AI if they want to, at least for, you know, understanding the text, the trigger text. So they had these 3 texts. The first one here is on food deserts in the US and how that causes obesity. Second one is in Quebec, and it's about food waste and how to avoid food waste. Second one is in France, and it's an article from 2017, you know, providing possible solutions to food deserts. So students read that. We read them together, authentic text. We looked at everything from vocab to grammar and all the multiliteracy. So who wrote the article? How was it written? Is it written in paragraphs? Is it using pictures? Is it using the first person? Is it giving orders, commands? So we're also doing grammar at the same time, right? And then we moved on to seeing infographics. And we're introducing slowly the genre of infographics and how infographics are made. So we have 3 here, again, same topics about food waste, food insecurity. And we're starting to look at how they are done. And we see that they have little text, we see that they have numbers, they have little icons, they have little pictures. This one is organized in box. We also look at how they're read. Is it top to bottom, left to right? How do you read this infographic? So we paid attention on that, and we were hopefully starting to build expertise on how do infographic works for us as readers. How do I feel like, is it overwhelming? What makes it overwhelming? What makes it easy? But also then, hopefully as designers of infographics. So this is kind of like the guideline that we had throughout. This took place over several weeks. We started with the study as infographics as examples. We identified the type of infographic to be used and produced for the specific theme of food insecurity and food waste. Then we started exploring an infographic online, and with students started playing with designing their own infographics. They had read the texts, and now they had to decide what their infographic was going to be on and what it was going to look like. They did a first draft with peer feedback, and then they did a final draft. So this is an example of a student-produced infographic. So that student, Francesca, she decided to use food deserts as a topic. And I'll give you just a second for French speakers, learners, enthusiasts, Francophile to look at. So as you can see, that student used boxes, used minimal text. So check for me, as you know, unfortunately as a professor, like the least favorite part of my job is assessment and giving grades, but I'm checking here the highest box for the way it was designed. I don't see too much text. I see that there is figures, there's pictures, they are kind of corresponding. And then I want to bring your attention to a few different things that I'm gonna here highlight, where, again, this is second semester French, right? So there are some language issues, but they don't really hinder my understanding of what that student was trying to communicate. Why? Because we're using multimodality here. It's not just text, it's colors, it's pictures, it's figures that were taken from the original L1 text that was in French. So as you can see here, there's a few issues on what could have been direct from translation from English to French. You have population américaine, accès limité au supermarché. So me as a professor, I'm like, there's some stuff missing here. I'm not sure if it's due to translation, could be, but also my point here is that it doesn't really matter, because what's produced here fulfills the goal of creating an infographic. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna, I didn't mean to do this. I wanted to make this go away. That's okay though, Daniella, I think it's fine, yeah. So fulfilling the goal here of designing an infographic and communicating, conveying meaning around food insecurity. So when asked to do a reflection on what they had done, students shared that one of the most complicated thing for them, which was expected, was how they took information from those target articles, triggering articles, and synthesize it enough to be able to put it in an infographic. So that's something that they found challenging, but that's something where they shared that they have learned the most, right? So they had to really understand the text in French to be able to summarize it, synthesize it, put it in the infographic. The other thing that they shared was highly beneficial in their learning while designing their infographics was how reflecting on important issues was very beneficial to them because they could relate to the topic. So they were engaged in what they were saying and what they were trying to communicate through their infographics. And finally, they shared how they developed new meaning-making strategies by using, because we had seen that together, and how, and I'm coming back to my previous slide here, using colors and using figures and the way you want your reader to read something has a meaning. Nothing is done by chance, nothing is done just because. There is a way and there is a reason to those choices that you make as a designer of an infographic, as a learner, a speaker of French, where you are trying to convey your audience of something or show your audience something. So that development of new meaning making strategies, meaning making strategies like using colors, using figures, using pictures, was something that was highly beneficial to them when learning about food in our classroom. So all of that to come back to our topic today, which is human creativity versus AI translation. So what I hope you take from today is that there are things that AI still, as of right now, right, May 2025, cannot do yet. So one thing is understand subtext, irony, cultural references that might have been present in the text, to adapt it and adapt design to cultural norms. We studied that. We saw how, like, depending on where you are publishing your infographic, it's going to look different. And then to encourage creative ownership. What we have seen in this class, when students started designing their infographic, a lot of them, the next thing they did on campus, we have a food pantry, and they started looking into that, and they started volunteering at the food pantry, and they started kind of like being activist on how can I make it so that there's more donation to our food pantry on campus, so that there's less food insecurity. So that is something extremely powerful that gives students huge agency. And we're doing that in a tiny little French classroom that is not that well funded, right? That is not that well encouraged in our today's world. So infographic with that provides a space where humans, and that's the key term here, interpretation still matters. With that, I'd like to thank you, and I welcome your question.
If anyone has questions, or on Zoom as well, oh yes, you have a question. Do you want me to check Zoom? Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. You're a great speaker.
Thank you.
And such an interesting topic that I hadn't thought about much. And I think it's also another skill that students are learning, right? Being able to make a graphic like that. I mean, most people can't do that. So, you know, in college, learning how to make graphics. And so that's where my question is, did you have to do like a class about the principles of graphic design? And do you have a background in that? So, or did you bring in someone to talk about it? And then how did the students like learn how to physically use Adobe Creative Suite to like make that infographic?
That's a great question.
Thank you so much for that question.
So because I had only 20 minutes, I'm super happy because you're giving me more time to talk about this. So I really appreciate it. So because we have access to that whole Adobe Camp, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's extremely user-friendly by giving you templates, basically, right? Templates that are already created. So that was my way of spending as little time. It's still important, right? Students being able to design is important because the end product is going to be an infographic, and students being students and being serious students wanted to do something well. They don't want to do something that's going to look ugly. They don't want to do something that's not that's just for the French class and get a grade. So by using Adobe and having those templates already in there, we pulled out several, we looked at them, and they basically chose the one that would fit their purpose the best, right, by what they were doing. So, and like, you know, you could double click on the tile and it would change the color. So it's the easiest thing to do, where they had to look at it from home, and them being some kind of, you know, digital literacy, that was not really, fortunately, a time where we had to spend a lot of time like learning about it. And I took full advantage of them having access to that. Very powerful. It's usually like a pretty expensive tool, but because our students had access to it for free, I was like, part of my motivation to do that. We did, however, spend a lot of time on looking at different infographics and seeing how, you know, colors matter and the amount of text matters. And we looked at very good infographics and why we thought they were very good, what made them really good. Was it the colors? Was it the amount of text? Was it, you know, the different fonts and all of that? And we looked at not so good infographics, and we talked about why are they not so good? And with that kind of like explicitly they were learning on, okay, so when I make my own infographic, I'm gonna use this and this because that worked efficiently in that infographic. And I'm gonna try and avoid doing this and that because me as a reader, I didn't really enjoy that as an infographic, it made it confusing and all of that. So being literate in how infographics work is where we spent a lot of time, definitely.
You have an interesting comment there, if you want to read that out loud.
Sure. Yeah, from Cynthia. Amazing method, thank you. It's great to hear about your French lessons, especially after Duolingo's CEO announced in an email to employees yesterday that the company plans to replace human contract workers with AI. I can't imagine how AI could provide such great input for language learners. I agree, listen, Cynthia, the Duolingo, that's, we hear that a lot as language instructors and how you don't need to take French, in college, just do Duolingo. You don't need to take French, just, do AI. So I really appreciate your comment and I couldn't agree more. Yes, definitely. Please keep taking language. I don't need to convince this audience, but please, convince people that languages are still important. Please don't pull fundings for us. Just, and a way to do that, and sorry if you have any questions, I'm happy to stop, but by doing infographics and showing that we're doing more than just the present tense and the past tense and vocab, and so we're doing way more. We're looking at critical issues in the world and trying to solve them in our own way and learning French at the same time, right?
Anyone else? Something to add?
I have a question that's very simplistic. It's very basic. I was just thinking about the issue of translation and the graphics themselves. And the graphics is a language that you were translating and using the AI, to translate. So when they are creating this, where are the pictures coming from?
Thank you. They have to find them. So when we look at infographics, we look at what's being used. And you saw like in the non-student made infographics, they had little images and they had little emojis and so on and so forth. So they were the one having to find images that would fit what they were saying. So they're the one choosing the images, they're the one like either blowing them up, making them bigger, making them smaller, depending on what they're trying to do and the meaning that they're trying to convey. So again, everything is done on Adobe. You just type, they have a huge picture bank and you just type what you want. So pizza slice, there was a pizza slice out there. So the student must have typed his pizza slice and it would give them several different pizza slices and she picked one. Yeah.
I have a question here.
How do you incorporate the speaking component in your classroom in combination with infographic? That's a very good question. Thank you, Angel. So at the end of the semester, what we did is that we presented our infographics not only to each other, but I also invited colleagues from other classes, not just French classes, to come, and so I printed them. I had a little budget, and students were standing next to their infographics, and they were, in French, if the speaker was French, explaining just like at a poster conference, at a poster session at a conference, they had their infographic and they were very proud of them, and that's how they talked about them. Granted, it was not just in French, it was in French as much as they could, but they would also do it in English, which was fine with me. We did the French in class, which was fine with me because it was more than just, practicing their French. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else? Someone else? Oh no, that's just my mouse.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is.
All right, so that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's good to have you. All right, thank you so much for that. I think that was very relevant for a lot of us that, besides translating, interpreting, and all of those things, we also teach languages, right? So we're gonna move on to the second speaker, the second act, let's say, which is fitting because Madeline Naylor is an actress. So let's give her a round of applause, please. So Madeline Linguaphile. She's also a current student here in the MATI program and is the vice president of MATI student body TISH, the Translation and Interpreting Society at Hunter. And she is an alumna of Sewanee, the University of the South in Sewanee, Tennessee, where she majored in French and in Russian. And she's originally from outside Philadelphia. And Madeline is also an actress, as I just said, based here in New York City and is always on the lookout for opportunities to merge her interests in acting and languages. Please check out her website, which is there. I checked it out and I thought it was really, really nice. So you have to check it out too. And all right, the floor is yours. Let me just share this for you on Zoom so people can see your lovely presentation. All right, thank you to everyone on Zoom. Your questions are really great as well, and the participation. So thank you so much. Okay, that should be good. All right, there you go.
Thank you, Daniella. Thank you, everyone. This actually is my final project that I did for Cat Tools class last year, spring 2024. And I opted to do a little bit of research on AI and endangered languages, how linguists, language specialists are leveraging technology to combat language endangerment, language extinction. And I just want to start this with a question for all of you. Does anyone know how many languages are considered endangered today in 2025?
Hundreds, thousands.
Yeah, try thousands, yeah. The most recent estimate that I saw from this year was roughly 3,000, give or take, out of about 6,000 to 7,000 known spoken languages in the whole world, which puts it about 44%. So yeah, that's a lot, kind of concerning. And all right, so just jumping right in here, I did not do a lot of research on the ins and outs of how this technology actually works, but just in terms of what is out there for people to use and how they're using it, we have automatic speech recognition, ASR, which automates transcription from speech to text, which increases productivity in documentation and archival processes. Text to speech, TTS, is the inverse of that, as the name kind of implies. And that helps a lot in accessibility, supporting literacy efforts, and providing pronunciation guides, which is of particular relevance for communities that have more oral than written traditions. For example, a lot of Indigenous American populations, African ethnic groups. And so AI is really aiding a lot with documentation, the faster organization of databases, creation of digital resources like dictionaries and other educational materials. And then we have natural language processing. And that the research I did on this, how it all works, kind of really went over my head. But there are a lot of algorithms involved that are capable of quickly and efficiently analyzing large amounts of text data, as well as images and audio samples, which allows it to glean a lot of valuable information regarding linguistic and phonetic structures and patterns. And another perpetually developing front is that of real-time translation. I don't know if anyone's familiar with, I did some cursory research into Google's glasses, translation glasses, so that I didn't include them here on the slides because that is the kind of thing that's very much kind of in developing stages. But there's really a big future there in terms of the research that's going on with real-time live translation and technology. And then, of course, after documentation and creating digital archives, there's the matter of teaching and learning. And a trend in education of recent years has been the effort to make learning and education much more interactive. And the novelties of AI are singularly useful for that, very well suited to the push for more individualized learning. For example, personalized feedback for language learners. Pronunciation analysis, I think, is the strongest example of this, thanks to technological speech recognition, learners can benefit from instantaneous AI-generated feedback on pronunciation. And there's a lot of progress being made with voice recognition and synthesis, which is enhancing AI's potential in this field. And you know, the technology is only becoming more and more and more sophisticated. Tara,
Yes.
right, mentioned neural machine translation. So yeah, there's a lot available, and it will only become more and more accessible, one hopes, to lay people such as I still consider myself a lay person, still learning, haven't graduated from the MATI program yet. But for all the optimism about AI and how it will evolve, of course, there are a lot of questions that cannot be evaded, a lot of challenges. How much is technology really equipped to overcome? Where are the limits of its capabilities? And what we have, I think, with technology is sort of a self-reinforcing problem. AI is great for documentation and data and archives, but AI also requires a copious amount of data that we need to input in order for it to produce useful results. So a lot of people just kind of assume AI is great for making things faster and more efficient, but there's a lot of tedious grunt work that humans need to do first in order to get there. So data collection is still, I think, remains really arduous in many ways. And then, of course, ethical challenges. How big is the role that non-native speakers should play in regard to projects to revitalize languages that are becoming endangered. I was doing a little bit of reading about a project that Motorola was doing to try and add a Cherokee language interface with their phones, and there was a lot of worry and skepticism in the community about, you know, what are the implications here of giving a big corporation a lot of access to data regarding our language, things that are culturally sensitive. And so where the liaisons going to come in between language specialists who aren't native speakers, who are learning a lot about these endangered languages, and people in the actual indigenous communities, especially where, you know, in a lot of indigenous American communities, for example, there might be a lot of isolation and kind of bringing people in who are not from the community. How do we wrestle with that ethically? Working relationships can be difficult to forge. Economic accessibility might pose some difficulty with technologies. People might be really skeptical of technology, levels of comfort using technology. So many barriers to overcome. And speaking of which, one of the projects that I looked at was a Northern Arapaho virtual reality elicitation project. And as you can see here in the picture here, we have a member of the Arapaho community wearing a virtual reality headset, and it's taking him to a location that holds a lot of significance, be it geographic, cultural, and so what they did was they would bring elders and community members, have them virtually visit these places, and then have them talk about it in their language, in this Northern Arapaho language. And this worked as a tool for both documentation and also revitalization. So obviously the documentation side, listening and making notes on what he was talking about, and using that as a way to sort of create more of a database with the words he was using and the information that he was kind of sharing. And then the revitalization, a way of bringing people back closer in touch with things that were really important to their culture, things that had a lot of implications for their languages, bringing the cultural context into closer proximity with speakers. A lot of the locations that they used for this project were places that were really difficult to get to, that people, community members had difficulty accessing, especially as the native speakers in the community are aging, they have less mobility, and it can be difficult to get out and have that proximity to these locations that are really important. And this is crucial because as the younger generations are coming of age, they're just getting smothered by the internet and all the English language media, and the older generations are having a hard time generating interest in the native language. They're having a hard time successfully passing the language on to younger generations. And so a goal of this project was not only documenting and revitalizing through the elders, but also a tool to be able to share with the younger generations these things that really matter to the Arapaho community, things that really have a lot of cultural implications. And having the VR aspect, so it's not just that old story that grandpa's telling again about that place, you know, far away. This is really a place that they can now be immersed in and have that proximity to. And also my research led me to believe that this word is pronounced Soukenik. And this is a language spoken by an indigenous group, I believe in Canada. David Lacho is the name of a graduate student at the University of British Columbia. And this storytelling app was his master's thesis, which he worked on with community members, which aimed to encourage interest in and study of this language, which is an endangered Indigenous Canadian language. And he also hoped to raise awareness of social issues relevant to this ethnic group. And how this sort of came about is he took a play that was written by one of his mentors on this project, who was also a community member. And using that as the basis, he constructed 9 stories for players to work through in Soukenik, with narration also in the language and optional English subtitles. And he specified in his thesis, the document right up, that he was working on subtitles in Soukenik also. And one aspect of this that I think is really important, that this demonstrates, is the overlap between entertainment and cultural urgency, which I think are 2 really crucial incentives here. Because Tara was talking a little bit about the lack of prestige of language programs in education. And of course, the acquisition of a language is a huge investment of time and energy if you really want to be able to use it functionally. And a lot of language learners are just learners in schools are not willing to take on the challenge in the younger generation, especially when we live in a day and age that, I'm kind of repeating what Tara said, that teaches us, well, it's not really necessary. There are all kinds of digital technological ways around language barriers. And so what can we do to incentivize people to learn a language? And I think entertainment is a huge part of that, using entertainment, kind of making people interested by embedding it into how we entertain ourselves. And the other part of that, the cultural urgency, instilling a sense that the skills students are learning are of vital importance. This is not simply about being able to talk or communicate with other people in your community, in your language. This is also a matter of preserving your culture preserving your identity. And that's huge. And I really think that leaning into that aspect of it and using entertainment to drive that point home is something that we need to discuss if we want to successfully revitalize and preserve languages. And of course, this also came from what was influenced by the phenomenon of serious games. It's capital S, capital G. I did not do a huge amount of research into that phenomenon, but essentially it's a genre of game that can force players to view society from a different perspective or teach players about social activism. And so there's a subset of that called games for change, which motivate players to engage with social issues and encourage social games through play. And so, yeah, this was a fascinating project that, from what I gather, is still being expanded. And as we see here, this is a little still screenshot from the game, and of course everything, not just the language. You have the graphics, the design. It's all meant to evoke, kind of in a similar way, I think, to the VR elicitation, evoke the setting and vibe, if you will, atmosphere of what this native indigenous population knows culturally. Excuse me. And so, talking about implications for the future, I think that there's a lot of potential for AI, AR, VR, et cetera, to give us more authenticity in language learning. I read about a project in which students, I believe it was a Chinese, a boarding school in China that had adopted a program that through AI allowed students to really like order food from restaurants in real time, and kind of simulating a real restaurant ordering situation. And the implementation of technology increased motivation, satisfaction, attention, engagement, enjoyment, all important aspects. And I think, as we can see from for example, the VR and the storytelling app, there's a level of authenticity that can't be created with textbooks and, like group discussion in the classroom. And so that feeling that you're really in situations that you would find yourself in real life without those sort of stunted textbook vocabulary and constructions, I think is huge and has a lot of positive implications for the future. And as I briefly touched on, a lack of prestige in language education, language programs, particularly I think here in America, I think there are a lot of ways that we could use technology, harness technology to fight against that. Technology is giving us so much access to different resources internationally, and at unprecedented levels that we haven't experienced before. And I think with COVID and the cropping up of all the different remote opportunities, we are more in tune with how we can connect with people in other cultures and around the world than we ever have been before. And ultimately, that's really what this is all about. All the interest in STEM and so on, and other fields of education. That's all great, but ultimately we don't care about STEM just for our use here in America. We care about how we can leverage that to sort of impact and have relations all over the world. And language learning and acquisition is a part of that. And sort of the global market machine that's ever turning. We have a huge role to play in that. And technology, I think, can only help us drive that point home. And finally, increased cultural visibility, as I think these two examples do a really great job of showing. Not only cultural visibility, but helping people understand why they really matter, how these languages create identities for their Indigenous speakers, and ultimately, I think that is the key to understanding the importance of language, is how it ties in with our identities, our ties to our culture and who we all are as human beings, which puts me at exactly 150. So thank you all very much.
They know what time it is. Does someone have a question here? I do. Oh, 2 questions. Okay. Oh, thank you so much. I saw Laura's hand first.
Hi, thank you. It was a great presentation, very interesting. My question goes to, we talked several times the thing about biased in data, who sets the agenda or how everything is disposed and presented. So do you think that because these technologies come from the Western world and the white man, the way these games, apps, or methodologies are presented could be biased, and how and why? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think that's absolutely a concern. And going back to what I was saying about there possibly being a stigma and a skepticism of technology, I think that is mostly what people are worried about, is how there might be bias with technology. You know, corporations say, oh, well, we want to, you know, include your language. We want to include your, okay, but that's coming very much from your perspective. And so there was the virtual storytelling app. That was one thing. There was a huge focus on, like, we need to work together. There need to be a lot of Indigenous speakers and Indigenous community members who are actively pushing all the stages of this. And that really is, I think, the way to combat that. And so that sort of goes hand in hand with I think a lot of the diversity and inclusion initiatives that we're seeing. This is something that language speakers need to lean in on, and definitely I think encouraging Indigenous communities to advocate for themselves is a big part of that. And one thing that David Lasha, that the graduate student, was saying is there are a lot of, like, video games, for example, you know, that take place in colonial America, and the way that relationships between the pioneers, the colonists, and the Indigenous populations, the way those are presented and portrayed in video games is leaves a lot to be desired. And I think it really needs to come from liaisons from we as language learners need to reach out and really engage in a lot of discussion that should be driven by Indigenous speakers as to how this should be combated, and there needs to be not just, oh, we're gonna come in and help you put your language on the map, so to speak. It needs to be more, all right, this is your language that is endangered. What would best suit your community as far as preserving it, revitalizing it, and what would you want your other people's relationship with this language to look like? I'm not sure how satisfying that answer was, but.
Okay, I have one more question also about diversity and inclusion with endangered languages. Endangered languages are by definition very small languages spoken by very few people, and usually not standardized. So there is not one accepted standard version of that language. There's no academy like for French or for big languages. So it's used by each part of that community. Let's say in each language there is small communities, and they do not speak identical version of that language, and I don't write an identical way. How do you decide which version of the endangered language to teach? Between them, there are several different families, there are several different villages. How do you decide to teach the version of this village or that village? How do you decide what you are teaching in the first place?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh boy, what a question. Yes. And I think even with languages that have a lot of standardization, this continues to be an issue and a problem. With the smaller and the communities that have a way fewer indigenous speakers, it's interesting that I don't remember reading a lot of articles on that being an issue and how that was dealt with. But ultimately, as an outsider, this is a perfect, going back to Laura's question, as an outsider, I would have absolutely no idea, and I'm just going to be very transparent and honest about that. And so facilitating discussion among indigenous communities would obviously be the first step. Where that would lead, if there's going to be sort of a hierarchy among these endangered languages is certainly a problem that I think would likely arise. I think tailoring the way endangered languages are, if there's maybe one community that has stronger oral traditions with their language versus another sect of the community that focuses more on writing, tailoring the needs of each community in terms of, okay, we want to focus more on oral preservation versus written revitalization is one thing that pops into my head. Of course, there that resources already probably with languages that don't have a lot of indigenous speakers, you're already straining to try and get resources in terms of education and teaching and so forth. So that would probably be a huge strain. But I think honestly in our day and age, individualization seems to be the route that a lot of people are going, and a lot of people are advocating. Unfortunately, I think technology is sort of well suited to that, to allow different needs to be prioritized with different people and different sects of communities. Again, I don't know how satisfying that answer was, but yeah.
Thanks.
Is there anything on the chat, by the way?
I don't see anything.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Yes.
Just a comment, addressing your question, although not answering it, that I think it goes back to an issue of consensus. And there are a lot of ways in which a language community or language communities can arrive at a consensus. One way that we're familiar with is some, usually a higher institutional power, like in the past of monarchical power from on high, prescribing the ways that people should speak or write or all of that. But people can also arrive at consensus on more equal footing. And I don't know this for sure, but I imagine it's a thing that could happen in these indigenous communities and other endangered language communities. So it needed be a forceful process. It could be a kind of collaborative process.
Yeah, that is kind of what I was thinking. I feel like in a lot of ways it's kind of, again, another self-reinforcing problem. Like, okay, we can have a consensus on more equal footing, but ultimately someone still has to win out. And who is that going to be, and why is it fair that it's this person just because they're in the majority? Because isn't the whole point that as the minority, we want to raise awareness and visibility of like the fact that we're in the minority and we need help. So yeah. A lot of self-reinforcing issues, I think.
Anything else? All good? All right, thank you so much, Madeline. And speaking of Indigenous languages, there is a channel on YouTube if you want to check it out. It's called I think MATI-TISH in Guatemala, that they are making a lot of really interesting content to learn Cachiquel, for example, which is one of their Mayan languages, and also other like helpful videos for Indigenous folks in their own different languages. So if you want to check it out, MATI-TISH, and go support them. That would be nice. All right, so we are gonna have our other speaker, Laura A. Rodriguez O'Dwyer. She is a graduate from the MATI program, so many congrats again. She earned her MA in 2024. She is a translator and interpreter for English, German, and Portuguese into Spanish, as well as a language instructor for German, English, and Spanish. She also serves as the secretary of the NYCT, the New York Circle of Translators, and used to be part of the board of the Argentine Association of Translators and Interpreters. Today, she will be talking about what are translators and interpreters, associations for. And she also left some pamphlets in the back too, so you can check those out. And I am just going to get your slides here nice and ready for you. Okay. And here we go. All set. All right, thank you, Laura. Let's please give her a round of applause.
Right. Thank you so much for being here. We just had lunch and it's been, okay. Yeah. I'm short anyways. Can you please stand up? We will do the drill so that we wake up and at least move around a little bit. So yeah, just relax a little bit, your shoulders, take a deep breath. People in the audience too, if they want, they're probably sitting, so this is necessary. And take a deep breath, then exhale. Another deep breath, exhale. We are humans, we're not machines. We need to move around a little bit. Okay, so you feel like it's better? Yep. Okay, thank you so much. You can take a seat. Sit down, thank you so much. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting topic. Doesn't have AI, that's interesting, but we will talk a little bit about that. First of all, I'd like to, I want to say this has been an amazing event. Thank you so much, Tara, for your presentation. Madeline, your research was very eye-opening and we want more, apparently. So, and also Maya TV, probably afterwards. Thank you so much. It's been very, very, I like the word nutritious. Somebody talked about cooking and food makes us all together, regardless of language of origin and country. It brings us together. So I'm going to talk about what are translators and interpreters associations for, maybe good for or not. And yes, you already know that I am part of an association, actually more than one. But my idea is to give you options. And I would also like to know who from here is a professional translator and or interpreter. Please raise your hands. Okay. Who from here belongs to any organization, professional organization, regardless?
Until last year, ATA.
Okay.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore? Okay, I have questions, but at the end, this is gonna be interesting. Okay. Tara, are you also part of an
Professional.
Right.
But not translation.
Of course, yes. Okay, so I'm preaching to the choir somehow, but it's interesting. I would like to give your feedback, please, at the end. So, I'm going to tell you a story that maybe it's our story. It was mine, at least. any of us, we finished, I don't know how this goes. Sorry, I guess I just press. We just start out in our profession, either after studying or maybe it's a career change. And we are like this, or we, and now what, right? Like, we finish our studies and now we have to go to the job market, or we were working in corporate or in another profession and we want to be language professionals, work as interpreters or translators. That's a big question and I don't have an answer, but I have options. So we are faced with these challenges. We have many of these people, like in the picture, feel like orphans. Everything has a routine. We know what comes next. We know what we have to do. And then what? And then, well, maybe some discover they like teaching languages, or some start looking for a job at agencies, or apply to different kinds of receptionists, whatever gives, right? But we need like guidance or like a new view of opportunities. What is there for me? And of course, lack of work experience. Everybody wants you to have a PhD and a postdoc, and that you started before you were born. That's kind of the thing, and like that is another issue. There is sometimes there is a gap, usually between academic training and market demands. That in that regard, I have to say that in MATI, we are lucky to have really good professors that are actually working in the industry, so they teach you what they're telling you what is happening, which is really a key thing, right? There is a lot of theory and things are changing, and we're talking about that. We've been talking about change continuously. When it comes to technology, it comes to the trends, it comes to the different niches. Some niches are over. Now it looks like we're post-editors, or like our profession is changing continuously. And of course, AI taking over, which is something that we have been discussing, and we'll talk about it as the elephant in the room. I promise we will not go very deep. I just have to mention it, of course. It's crucial to this conference. And for that, what I have for you, if you are interested, these are free resources about AI. It's like 20 pages of those if you want to read. There is a lot of free information from the ATA about artificial intelligence. There's even, and of course, by all means, be critical. It doesn't mean that they have the final word, but there are many specialists and there is very interesting information, different resources there that are available to us for free. So we were saying we finished our studies or we are in a career change. Why professional associations matter? And many of you said you were part of an organization. I would like to, of course, this is here. Does anybody disagree with this, with any of the things that are mentioned here? Do you feel something that does not, is not accurate, or that you would change? Oh, okay. Do you think something doesn't add up? Yes or no? You agree with everything? Okay.
Do they apply to all the professional associations, Dr. Well, or a particular association?
Okay, for those who are online, Professor Tay, she asked if this applies to all organizations or only some of them. That is a very good question. Most associations are supposed to be compliant with all of this. Whereas collaborative projects and research can actually be volunteering activities, actually, that can be of different sorts. Organizing events or working on a specific language project, podcast, different kinds of projects. So yeah, as far as I know, they are supposed to be doing that when it comes to translation and interpretation. Maybe they don't comply, that's expected, that can happen. These are examples of professional organizations that are available to us living here and now in New York City. This changes, of course, if you are in a different country. The ATA has come up many times. The Year Circle, of course, that is the branch from the ATA. And if you are working as a court interpreter, for example, or translator, there is Najid. And if you translate at hospitals or medical interpreter is one of your possibilities. I want to pose this question before, and I'm gonna be a little bit ahead, but because I don't want to bore you. Do you think belonging to a professional organization is equal to a union? Yes or no, and why?
I think so, but turns out it's not.
Okay, someone said, I did think so, but it turns out it's not, just because I know people are watching. That's a very interesting thing. I have to say, on a personal note, I come from a line of, in my family, there were union leaders, so it was no brainer that I would join a professional organization. And the reason being, I come from Argentina, everything has a union. I think even wild animals must have a union in Argentina. So the Argentine Association of Translators and Interpreters, while not officially a union, does act as a union. And we do have minimum fees that are posted. We are fighting for the translator's name to be on the cover of the book. If you translated the book, and we are fighting a very tough fight to get royalties, but dreaming is there and we will keep fighting. Eventually, maybe that will be possible. So not necessarily, this is, I have to say, maybe a cultural difference. I just mentioned Argentina has unions for everything. I don't know, in France probably too. Yeah, you feel the same. The United States has a very different history and situation regarding unions, and that is affecting the position. And yes, whether we like it or not, to be part of an organization and to stand up for your rights, it is a political stand, regardless of who is in charge. You can remain silent, or you can take action, or you can be part of a community and try to help each other. So these some of the organizations. As everything in life, there are pros and cons. And I'm really looking forward to the questions and the debate. I have to say, I am very honored to be speaking in front of you, and I think you have a lot to say. So the pros are very kind of obvious. Networking opportunities. There is some social recognition, like on your website, you have the logo and say, I am part of this organization. I'm not a solo interpreter or translator or teacher, professor. Of course, there are professional development and workshops that should be offered. If you're part of an organization and they don't do it, do reach out and ask why. They're supposed to help us progress together. Many offer certifications. you have access to a board, a job board, and client, and sometimes may get client leads, updates on industry trends and technologies, grants and scholarships that can happen. I know that the Inner Circle of Translators has a grant, the Sternbank grant, that is offered for anyone who wants to further their studies for continuous professional development. For example, to attend a conference and stuff that is in place, and some have even scholarships to attend a specific event. And one very interesting thing is the mentorship opportunities that we were saying. You finish your studies or you are changing your career, somebody who can help you and hold your hand is a very nice step. It's a very, very important and nice experience. Now we're going to talk about the cons. Membership fees. The ATA is pricey. That, I don't know if it's over 400 or.
Almost at 400 now.
Almost at $400.
Per year.
Per year, yes. Other organizations are not that pricey. For example, in your circle, I think it's 40 for students, 60 for everyone per year. So, it depends. Oh, there are questions. And they're exactly what Professor Tay was saying. There are varying levels of activities and assistance. Some organizations may not be consistent. They are not giving you enough training or relevant training or things that matter to you. There are power dynamics that may not align with your personal views. We were saying it is, yeah, somehow it's a political stand to be part of a community or not. The other con is that it does not necessarily ensure more work. It can lead to more work. Personally, it has brought more work to me. I can say I have received emails. I saw you in the directory and I'm interested in this and that. And also networking is you have a colleague who is specialized in something and it's not a job that you want to take. You can give it to your colleague and love comes around, then somebody will do that for you. That's another very nice thing. Good. I'm keeping an eye on the time, don't worry. So you got this. We were discussing pros and cons. Probably you have some other ideas in your mind that I would like to hear from. And as I said, yeah, it may be a little biased in the sense that, or I am part, but I want you to think about what is better for you. They can help us. They're not the only solution. I had in mind a lot of people who are part of this program and I'm like, I don't know what to do now. Well, see what's out there, but it's always better to know people. Absolutely, networking is crucial. If you want to grow as a person and as a professional, we need human. We already, and I was also thinking about that. We're talking about AI. Madeline was showing this amazing picture of the person with the VR thing. But we are, at the end of the day, we're still mammals and we like face-to-face and we like talking to each other and we need each other. And we need to also find what is the best for us based on our career goals and personal views. There is also ALTA, there is an association for literary translators. If you want to do that, that may be interesting as well, or meet people there. And absolutely, I think that staying connected and current and keep growing is key for us to develop and get better as professionals. Well, yeah, I did well with time. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to seeing you tonight.
questions, comments, something on Zoom?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It's 281
Oh.
ATA membership, and for students, it's 99.
Oh.
Oh, for students, it's 99. Okay,
Just looked it up.
thank you. 281. Okay, that's information from Victoria Baum. And okay, joining us in has a lot of benefits for a much less discounted fee. Good.
I think they dropped the fees. I thought it was closer to what Kane said just now.
I was remember.
I think last year or the year before.
No, they actually increased fees.
They did?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
I thought they increased and then they dropped, since AI.
No.
They're
Oh,
also raising.
Oh, since
the price for the test. They're also raising the price for the certification test.
Yeah, yeah.
oh, the certificate. Okay, so for people who are not able to hear, they were talking about the fees of the ATA membership. And apparently they raised the price and the fees for the certification have changed. Yes.
So it's not exactly that they raised the price, they adjusted the pricing structure. And so for associate members, which would be most professionals, it was raised from 249 to 281. But for student members, they decreased it from 109 to 99. And then I think they added some new levels and stuff. So they changed the whole structure, and that was effective in January. And one thing you might be thinking of, you used to be able to do a 3-year membership, and that might have been the one that was around $400 for 3 years. And they canceled that, so you just have to do year by year now. And I did want to mention too, because I don't know if Carla is still here from the presentation this morning. No, she's not. But she did mention that, I think was she talking about machine translation, that ATA was kind of had its head in the sand 10 years ago with machine translation. And in my experience, this is not the case with AI. ATA is talking a lot about AI and how we can better use it and educate clients and educate the market. So there's ATA conferences and ATA webinars, a lot of material about AI. So it's they're definitely not trying to say, oh no, we can't use it. No, it's really being integrated into the conversation with ATA.
Thank you, Liz, for bringing that up. I also remember that there was a training by a couple of translators from Canada not long ago that were teaching us how they actually make a lot of money using AI for their translations. And because they have a more workload and it's faster, of course. And they were saying that they disclosed it and they did not lower their prices. That's hope. Good. Is there a question? I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is, not even sure what's the point of this question. It's more from like personal experience. I've been a certified member of APA since 2015. And until last year, I was that, but I changed my mind earlier this year, or December the last, I can't quite remember. The issue is that when I joined ATA, well, before that, when we talk about translators, we are actually talking about two kinds of people. We are not the same group. One is they have a steady income and they are only doing translation as a hobby or maybe an academic project. So they don't really rely on this to pay bills. The second kind is more like us. We have to constantly look for more work and get it done, get paid. So let's just put nice things aside. The naked truth is that the number one thing we care about is getting work and making money. So when joining ATA, well, I was expecting two things. The first is somehow I can get more clients through ATA. The second is ATA might be able to work like a union to fight against, unite us and fight against unfair approaches from the clients, from the industry. But I don't see any of this happening at all. In my example, I've been paying yearly the membership fee. And to maintain that and my certification, I've got to keep racking up these continued education points, which means I've got to be always on the outlook for qualified programs, or maybe spending even more money to join ATA's annual conference. That counts for 10 points a year. For the past decade, I've paid thousands on these, and the return of the investment, I think maybe a couple hundred. Yeah, I don't know. Right now, my question is, what should these associations do? I'm not even sure what I'm expecting anymore. It's just that I'm not seeing anything at all. Like a lot of them highlight you have more opportunities to network, right? The thing is, I am in a frustrating spot where I don't need mentorship. If going to networking, more chances that I'm mentoring others, which is paying even more, not the money anyway. So that makes it even less valuable for me. I'm kind of lost right now because obviously there needs to be associations, but what should they do?
Go, right? How about you create a union?
Don't know where to start.
That's a good starting point is asking a good question. And if something is not right, it should be fixed. I think as we were talking, like we mentioned it briefly, there are different power dynamics and political stance. The ATA is what you have. It doesn't have to be necessarily the only thing available. New things can be created. And if that is the spirit of more people, first of all, if you are a mentor, we want you, we need you. There's many people who need you. And it is, maybe it will not bring you money, or maybe yes, because word goes around and somebody will be like, he's my mentor, he's the best. If you want that, that's the person. But the other thing is, if we don't like it, we should figure out a way to change it. So yeah, maybe I know there is the freelance hub here in New York that works as a union. We could look into those opportunities and see how we can get more protection, legal protection, and yeah, fight for our rights, which is also quite necessary right now, like copyright. When was copyright a thing? And it is a thing because, as Professor T was saying, we are writers, we are creating and creating.
Yeah, I just want to cut in here, sorry. Because this point, right, Kane, that if you recall, from NYU all the way to here, I have said to my students in my own classroom over and over, year after year, that it is on you to form your own union. And it is a serious matter. We are living through an age in which, as you know, is a critical decline in critical thinking. I'm sorry about the repetition of the word, but that's what it is, right? And you know, if you think about your elderly neighbor next door, or some aunt or uncle who is in the middle of a scam, this is very common nowadays, right? And the first thing you want to do is to identify that scam and know that you are the captive target of a scam. And in some ways, this is not this, to kind of turn this into some kind of, radicalism here. But the fact is that ATA is not running on the model that it used to run on when it started, or even, in the 80s, right, or the 90s, is running on a model where translators, individual translators are the audience, the captive audience for the software developers, for the exhibition hall across the room. And you guys are being held, and it is crazy. Indeed, I totally agree with Kane. Why would you have to keep going back there for your re-education when you have, for heaven's sake, you have spent like $60,000-$70,000 on a graduate degree and, and more money on certification. And then on top of that, you're asked to go back for re-education credits? No, because we are in a neoliberal paradigm where we're all asked to participate in a prosperity project that you are not in control of if you play that game. And indeed, that's how it is. You see, the thing is this, the good thing on the flip side, I also want to, switch this a little bit. The good thing is that we're in America and we're in New York City. There are ways to organize. Right here, you know what? We have a great community of practice, and that is on your WhatsApp. MATI students, you're all in there. You can talk to each other, you can organize. And the one thing is, we talk about these collaborative projects, they don't exist because they need money, right, to fund. Like, you just need to have a conference that you need money. And 18 is not raising funds for your benefit. That's the problem, right? I mean, I have devoted myself to running a nonprofit organization downtown. It's for the arts, it's for me to play, right? But here it is, right? When you have an organization, you have a collective voice, you can get funding. You can start there and you can raise funds. And in that sense, NYCT is in a much better position because you can look eye to eye, You shake hands, you get people to support you. Your old classmates, your friends, pat on the shoulder. It's important, go out for a drink. That's how we do it. You start there and you can then, come up with some sort of a charter and become a professional organization if you want to, or unionize. Of course, it's much harder nowadays. Maybe, in a couple of years, might be better. But
Thank you. We have some comments as well. So we have Victoria, sorry. I think Victoria Baum, she'd like to comment on the question, please. If you'd like to, yes.
Hi, everyone. I just didn't want to mute myself and chime in between the conversations, but thank you, Laura, for the presentation, and thanks everyone for the valuable comments and questions. And of course, I'm going to offer my 2 cents. So my name is Victoria Baum, and I'm currently president of the New York Circle of Translators, also a member of ATA, and everything that has been said in the room so far regarding the value versus the membership fee versus all the other pointers, they're very valid points, very valuable and very good input. And this is something that probably is shared across the industry and across the organizations and the associations. But with this being said, and as a member who was many times dissatisfied on many different levels, what I learned over the years of being in the industry and being in associations, whether at a conference or as a board member or as a member of something like a division or a chapter, I learned that the greatest thing comes when we collectively don't like something, so we try to change that. And in order to change that, we have to actively participate because these are all volunteer-run organizations, and basically the way we shape it is what we get. For example, what I am going to actually suggest, if that's okay with everybody, this is something that I found for myself, and this is something that I found useful whenever things are not the way you expect them to be. It's probably time to try something else. And a lot of things that I've done over the years is actually trying these other things, like a membership in a different association, like attending a conference of a different association without actually being a member. It's something that you, as an individual and as a professional and as a linguist, shape for yourself, because there isn't probably a universal theme. Just like Julie Tay mentioned a few minutes ago, if there is something needed, we can organize, right? You can create your own association. You can invite people to join, because an association is nothing but a bunch of like-minded people being with each other, networking with each other, creating things for others, helping each other and mentoring each other. So that's basically what I was going to say. Find what works for you. If ATA doesn't work for you, that's okay. If a chapter membership works for you, because these are actually much lesser fees and smaller organizations, that's great too. Maybe the Canadian Language Association of Industry Professional works for you. That's super great too. I mean, you can join BDU if you speak German in Germany, you know. Find what works for you, and that's basically what I was going to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Victoria. We also have a comment from Danielle Maxton. It says, I'm the current chair of the Business Practices Education Committee, which runs the mentoring program. I'd like to talk about questions, concerns, or add people to the mentor list. And she leaves an email. I don't know. So take a picture of it, maybe people who are here. I don't know if Danielle wants to say something, but I read the message. Well, is there any other question, comment?
Thank you so much and good afternoon to everyone. I am an active member of the New York Circle as well as ATA and a member of the International Medical Interpreters Association. I think something, at least from the experience from the full-time court interpreting perspective, we really need advocacy. In terms of our work condition. Maybe this is something very particular to our field. I don't think it is. I think that's kind of what's missing. We're looking for these people to do the right thing out there. They have their own agenda, which is fine. We need to get our own agenda and be united, because a lot of us, just by the nature of the work that we do, are remote, are in other countries. We don't sit around, we can't talk about pricing because it's, you know, a no-no. And we're kind of left to drift out there in the hopes of maybe getting some information or some rights, even though we are established and we're also brilliant here. We have such brilliant minds from all over the world, you know, remotely present here. I don't understand how we can't come up with something that is beneficial to all of us and to those that are coming behind us. So as a member of the circle, I would like to see some advocacy. I put myself out there because it's not, oh, you guys should do the advocacy. I think it's something that would behoove all of us. I'll throw my hat in the ring, you know, but it is something that we have to do collectively. It can't just be on the one or the two devoted people, because then they're burnt out and we're back to square one again. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, it looks like we have to continue this conversation and do something about it. It would be for another meeting, but definitely afterwards there is a network part, right? I'm very happy for that you didn't fall asleep, you're still here, and that you had that incredible input and so much to share. Thank you so much. I don't know, Daniela, you are the queen of the room.
So much, Naura. Thank you so much to all of you for your input, your insights, your experience. Trying to grab this program. Okay. We're going to have our student panel now. All new students except for Madeline. She's been here for a little bit. So you already know Madeline, she'll be moderating. We're gonna have Alima Iskakova. She is a graduate student here in the MATI program. She's over there with her camera. She's also a photographer. With the background in communication and interpreting, she's passionate about language accessibility and cross-cultural communication. In the future, Alima aims to teach while preparing for a career in professional interpretation. Her interests include traveling, swimming, walking, and enjoying nature. In addition, she does photography, as I just mentioned, and is working on building her portfolio. And we're also neighbors, so that's pretty cool. And then we also have Eliza Powell. Yeah. Also a new student here in the MATI program. Her interest in languages began with Japanese studies in high school and deepened during her gap year, where she explored several others, but ultimately led her to fall in love with Spanish during her undergrad degree. She's now based in New York City. She's originally from Australia. And she aims to build a career bridging linguistic and cultural divides. And then we also have George Farah, who's our first student in the Arabic track, so that's really exciting. Yeah, he has a background in English literature and a Master of Public Administration. He is part of the Arabic Translation Service at the United Nations, and the first, as I said, Arabic student in the MATI program. His focus is on the management and development of language services in international organizations and the role of technology. And we also have Yolanda. There she is. Hello. We have Yolanda Perez, and she's a first-generation graduate student here in the MATI program. She's originally from Peru, and she immigrated to the US with a strong commitment to education and personal growth. She also works as a probation officer, where she is dedicated to supporting individuals through their rehabilitation process. Passionate about translation and interpreting, she is eager to combine her academic studies with practical experience to make a positive impact in her community. Today, the student panel will be discussing the tech-savvy translator, preparing professionals for a technology-driven industry. So please come on up. Let's give them a round of applause. So everyone see how we
So our first question, the topic here is really focused on education and what technology looks like as it pertains to training and education for translators and interpreters. So first couple questions here. How can training programs ensure that translators become proficient in using a variety of CAT tools and software, given the rapid evolution of these technologies? And should there be standardized software training across the industry?
So I think, first of all, it's really important for professors to be really well versed in these technologies as they continually change. So for students to be able to learn how to use these tools well, their professors need to be able to help them. So I think like formal training about using CAT tools should be a kind of prerequisite early on in training programs. And I also think it's important that professors are assigning like homework and assessments, keeping in mind that the students should be using all the tools they have available to them. And if they need help with those tools, they should be ready, ready and able to help, basically. I also think it's important for the training programs, like schools, I guess, to do their best efforts to make particularly like a lot of the software that's very expensive, make the licenses available for free or discounts for students.
Yeah, I think there should be definitely a focus on CAT tools and teaching CAT tools during this program. And the focus should be, in my opinion, is on the how more than the programs themselves, because the rapid technological change, if you want to include a new program in a curriculum, I know how long it takes for to introduce it and include it into the program in a syllabus, and it might be obsolete by the time you're teaching it. So in my opinion, mastering maybe one program is not the best investment of time, as opposed to learning how to use CAT tools in general. And how does this CAT tool fit in my work and my workflow as a translator? Is it going to be a time waster? If I get stuck on a sentence, is it going to overflow me with a lot of information? Or is it going to help me streamline my work and stay on track? And I want to give an example of the text processing programs that we all use, like the Microsoft Word or Apple Pages or Google Docs. Once you understand how to edit the text in one of these programs, it'll be much easier to learn the ins and outs of any other program that does their function. So I think this should be the focus of the teaching for CAT tools. And I also want to mention that as freelance translators or interpreters, we often have to work in multiple different teams. And for example, in my team, we have our own in-house CAT tool. So if somebody comes as a contractor to work with us for a couple of months, they need to have the ability to learn how to use that tool. So I feel that robust training in educational programs like this one would help in the later on career. And as a true millennial, I'm all about collaboration, let's collab and so maybe working directly with the computer science students or colleagues, and at the end of the day, we're going to be the end users of these tools. So maybe our input to the creators is also very essential, not just learning how to use them, but how to give feedback on what we need from these tools.
I think training programs should focus not only on one specific software, on one specific CAT tools, also depending on where interpreter or translator is. For example, if students study in United States, maybe they have a specific tool, like software for only like for 2 or 3 software tools. But if a person is abroad, it's like, for example, like when we are in United States, we watch Netflix show, and when we go abroad, we want to continue to watch our favorite show, but due to the region location or country location, we're not able to continue. So it depends where the interpreter and translator is located. And I feel like also if the interpreter or a translator works like in legal settings or in the medical field, one interpreter might use one tool, but the other interpreter would use another tool. So it depends on the context, on the terminology, and also like on the user interface as well.
And Yolanda.
Yes, hi. Well, I honestly think that with CAT tools, it's something that it should be an ongoing education, especially for graduate students that are part of like Hunter College. It should not just be focused on one semester. It should be an ongoing kind of practice that allows students and even professionals to continue if they want to do a continuing education on the different CAT tools that are available. I don't believe that there should be just one size fits all, because there's different fields, like for example, legal, medical, literature that are completely different, that maybe there's CAT tools that are focusing more on legal and not as much in medical. So there should be a variety, not just one size fits all kind of CAT tools, but I believe that for translators, it's important for us to become more familiarized and actually find out what are the CAT tools that are available and continue with the education, not just, like I said, one semester. I think it should be an ongoing education, and whether it is with the following semesters, or even if it's something that Hunter College can provide additional training, so then that way we can continue, keep up with with our skills, because it's, technology is moving forward, whether we want to accept it or not. And we have to, adjust and move with it. So I think it's important that we continue with the practice and education on it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So second question, what role does ethics play in teaching students to use machine translation and interpreting software? And should there be more focus on educating future translators and interpreters about the limitations and biases of technology?
Yes, I think there absolutely should be more focus on educating future translators and interpreters about the limitations. I think it's really important for future interpreters, translators, like understanding the limitations of the technology can help them understand which kind of skills and abilities they should be focusing on and honing, so that their own skill set more complements the skills of the technology rather than competing with it. So like, for example, if the tech is now skilled at finding lots of word matches, then a future translator interpreter should become good at deciding which word match will best kind of serve the purpose of the text that they're translating. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I agree with Eliza as well about the need for ethical training for using new tools and new technologies like this one. And maybe not in the sense of a set of rules, but in the sense of understanding what the biases could be with new technology, and I'll use an example that we learned in Professor Day's class about Web 2.0 and how the big internet companies jumped right ahead and started using community translators and free labor, basically. And you know, it's a, I don't know how ethical that is, but it's basically free labor for these corporations. They're not going to have in the best interest these ethical questions. So I think we need to train the translators and interpreters to hold these corporations accountable for when you produce a new tool. Like we've talked about accessibility to licensing and pricing, Tara mentioned, and you mentioned, Madeline, about the indigenous languages as well. Like, are these tools applicable to all these languages, and who are we excluding from them, basically? These are very important ethical questions we have to ask, and yeah.
Sorry, I forgot to add. Yeah, I also think it's really like going off what you're saying as well. It's really important for students to understand, and like particularly in the case of AI and language models, the biases that can come from the fact that like these models are based off a set of training data, and there is already like that training data coming from the internet already has like racial and gender biases deeply embedded into it. And when you get into smaller languages that have smaller, you know, training data sets, they can have their own kind of cultural or linguistic biases towards certain groups. And that's going to be reflected into the output. So it's important for, yeah, like future translators and interpreters to be able to recognize that bias and not push it forward onto their own work.
Machine translations are not perfect. They are built using a huge amount of database. So people, psychologists, they use a lot of database by surveys, different like Q&A forms, and it depends on the quality and the quantity what they use. And I feel like when it comes to machine translation tools, it's yes, we can use it, like, but in every single industry we have to find like a balance, not too much, not too little. And also for example, in my experience, if I use ChatGPT, like for example, I have a phone call from the hospital between the patient and the doctor, and I need to look up the terminologies that I'm not familiar with. I'm gonna just type that terminology. I'm not gonna put like all the information of the patient, like first, last name, the account number, like social security number. So the students, interpreters, translators, they need to use machine tools. Like the classes should be teach not only like how to use the machine tools, and when it's necessary not to use it, like to use just like common sense and not to put too much data.
Thank you. Yolanda, go ahead.
Yes, definitely ethics plays a critical role with teaching students on how to use machine translations and interpreting software. And one of the things is that as this becomes more integrated into the professional workflows that we have, it is essential for the future translators, interpreters to know when on how to use these machines. One of the perfect examples was what one of my colleagues right here just mentioned, which is, you know, the certain information, certain sensitive data. For example, kind of like giving you some of my personal experience, we have to write what is called pre-sentence investigation reports. And that information actually is written, you know, by a probation officer. And we gather the information. We're the ones that, and, you know, type it up and enter it in the system. Now there's AI where there's other, you know, softwares that you can use, and they can create probably the same information that we're writing and write it probably in a similar style. However, you know, there's that sensitive data that is entered, such as the person's information, the victim's information, and things like that, that you wouldn't want to put it in those kind of softwares. So it is just kind of like now going back to the translation CAT tools. Definitely, it's something that we need to be very careful when we use these AIs, and be mindful of, you know, the ethics behind it. And it's something that we need to start in, showing that more and more and remind ourselves of when it's appropriate to use it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. And as technology enables more people to access language learning and translation tools, how will this impact the need for formal training in translation and interpretation? Would there be a greater emphasis on certification and specialized training for advanced areas, for example, legal, medical, or literary translation?
So particularly for fields where mistakes can be very dangerous, like the stakes are high, like legal and medical fields, I do think that standardized like accreditation or certification is a very useful tool to be able to guarantee like the quality and accuracy of the translation and decrease the risk of mistakes. I do feel like, particularly in the US, here we're lacking standardization in like most domains. So like court interpreter certification does exist, but it looks a bit different state by state. It's not very standardized. And there's no certifications or qualifications required to produce like legally valid translations. You can kind of just make your own legally certified translation with your signature and a little notarized stamp maybe. And in a lot of other countries it looks quite different. You have to be like a sworn in legal translator. In Australia, we have the National Accreditation Authority for Translators and Interpreters, MATI. So it is like you have to do a course before you're even allowed to take the exam to be NATI certified. And then with that certification, you're allowed to translate official legal or government documents, like to be used for any kind of official purpose. I do think in a lot of parts of the world, though, like in the medical field, standardization and like certification is quite lacking. But I feel like that comes from just the fact that in most cases, any translator or interpreter is going to be better than like even a non-qualified one, it's going to be better than no translator or interpreter. And I know in the US, there's like two different certifying codes, the CCHI and the NBCMI. But like nationally, both are recognized by different institutions, so it makes it quite hard for translators. If they want to get certain jobs, they might want to have certifications from both institutes, which can be very expensive. So like centralized, standardized training would be much more convenient for translators. As for the literature domain, I feel like as an art form, it's very hard to kind of certify or guarantee your artistic skill in reproducing good literature isn't necessarily about the accuracy of like word for word translation. So in the case of literature specifically, I feel like reputation and having a portfolio or maybe winning awards is a better way to kind of guarantee quality and accuracy than standard training. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about less about the certification, more about the need for a program like this one that we're part of. A big part of this training, I mean, I've only started, but I can already see how it's mimicking the real world scenarios, right? And we're learning how to ask the right questions about translations that were offered or tools that we are, supposed to use. And the comparison in my head is like when you take a cooking class versus when you go to like a culinary school. It's like, I took a cooking class, I make awesome pasta. I can't run a kitchen in a restaurant, right? So realistically, the field is changing, the tools are changing, so maybe the training also needs to be changing, but the need for rigorous programs like this, it's invaluable. And yeah.
I feel like the formal training and certification is a must. According to my experience, there are a lot of corporations that hire translators and interpreters, and they provide the training, but the training is like only like for just one or 2 days, and there are a lot of missing information. They just want to mark that they provided the training, but the quality of the training is could be better. And when it comes, for example, over the phone interpreters, sometimes they get long disclosures, like 3, 4, 5 paragraphs, but the customer can read that disclosure and the interpreter doesn't have that disclosure in front of them, which is very challenging. And I feel like the formal training and certification is, in this case, is very necessary. Because according to some strict policies of the company, due to interface of the website that they're using in order to get the phone calls, interpreters are not allowed to share their personal email or work email with the client in order to get the disclosure beforehand. So in this case, it's good. The more you know, it's better.
Yolanda, go ahead.
Thank you. Honestly, to be honest, I believe that, yes, now more people have access, with these different programs that are out there that are able to communicate and use those apps or even tools to help, with translation and things like that, or interpretation. Our department, we use it a lot. It's not ideal, but we use it. And even though they're very helpful to a certain extent, it does create some questioning and some accuracy that it's not that you would get actually with an actual person that is certified as an interpreter or a certified translator. I've seen a lot of documents that people have used to translate and to be honest with you, the translation, and they used an AI tool, and it was not, in my opinion, there was a lot of errors into it. So I think that more and more people should become, certified. You should go through these kind of trainings, those formal education, and become more specialized in those areas and get, certifications if possible. I know that with legal and medical, they do have those certifications, at least for interpretation, not that I know of from translation. And it does help for those court system, but the legal, but when you're using it with, like, for example, social services, you don't necessarily have to have a certification in interpretation to interpret for, like, Department of Social Services. There are different, I believe, other certifications, but nothing formal. But I think that there should be more emphasis and there should be more programs that are available, such as the one that we have here with Hunter College. And I'm very grateful that can provide that opportunity for people to, become specialized in those areas and get the proper education and learn more about it, and be able to utilize those skills and trainings and be able to, share with the community that they live in. And that's one of the things that I'm passionate about, because I see a lot of situations, especially in the legal system, that it could actually impact if there's a wrong interpretation, if there's a wrong translation of a document, it could really affect someone's life. So that's why I became so passionate about this. And I think that there could be a greater emphasis on certification in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything that popped into their heads that they want to add to any of the points you just discussed? Then is it okay if I just think we have about 5-6 minutes before the Q&A. I really do want to jump on a couple of the points that George and Yolanda you made about what we're doing here with the MATI program. Just give me a minute to shamelessly plug here. This is a fantastic program that I'm so grateful for, because I really didn't want to go back to school after I graduated from college. I didn't see myself going back to school. My family kind of insisted on it because they thought it was crucial that I have a master's to be able to go out and get a job. And I'm just kind of like, okay, fine. And then I found this program, and kind of touching on some points that other people have made, this to me is a very practical program. It's not, and that's what drew me to it and made it appealing as a master's. It's not just like an academic program. I think what I said in a promotional video that we were making a couple months ago for this program, I could have gone and gotten like, I don't know, a comp lit degree, getting a master's in, I don't know, like French literature or something. But what would that really be preparing me to do in the real world? George, kind of to your point about a cooking class versus a culinary class, I'm coming here and I'm gonna come out with a master's degree. Great, awesome. From the perspective of, you know, our ever increasing credentialist society, that's great. I have something on my resume. It's like, oh, this girl has a master's, she's done higher education. But more importantly, as far as I'm concerned, is the fact that I'm really getting practical, hands-on training. In Professor Tay's class, we talk so much about what the industry actually looks like, what the nuts and bolts are, you know, the kinds of questions you should be asking your clients, the kinds of expectations you should be setting on your end, and things that they should be prepared to provide you, so on and so forth. It's not simply, you know, theory and the intellectual aspect of things. Although I have to say, I see our wonderful translation theory professor back there. I'm not sure she's paying attention, right? Professor Sanova. That's the first class I took here at MATI-TISH, translation theory, which was also a wonderful class. And MATI really balances both the intellectual and academia facing side with real industry, like practical knowledge, and that's what I think makes this a really important program. Yeah, if we want to open it to questions, or I said my.
Well, let's give them a round of applause first.
Comments? Can I?
Just want to add a little bit on top of what George, right? George said, community translation. This trend is way more common than you thought in especially video games localization. And the worst part is you can't really blame anybody. From the community's perspective, they are really doing this just for the hell of it. They love the game, they want to do something for it, and they want no money back at all. In the process, they just kill the competition for those who do this as craft, okay? And from the company's perspective, if I were the one who runs the company, I'd go with whoever charges the least, okay? And they wouldn't be able to tell if the translation is good. Otherwise, they wouldn't need any translator at all. So at the end of the day, this tends to create problems on multiple layers. For professional translators, we lose work opportunity. For the company who has the product to be localized, they don't realize that as huge fans of the game, these people come in not necessarily adequate linguists. They often tend to mistranslate and worse, over-translate, because they want to leave their mark on this thing that they love so much. At the end of the day, the localization project tends to flip. So no one is really benefiting from this, and no one really is aware of it. So I believe that's something we as an industry should do, educate the market and talk to translators maybe.
Yeah, to Kane's point, this leads us back to the question of advocacy and organizing yourselves, right? Because it's about articulating the work process. I think we have a lot of practitioners out there, and we're working on a model that pits translators against one another, right? On top of course, you know, we tell ourselves, and you know, we try to teach the ethical and the good community of practice. But there's a tension, right? And that tension is unavoidable. But I have a micro question for my dear students here. At a micro level, given this discussion about the importance of learning to use the tools, to adapt and to now start working, even when you're going through the program as students in a technologized climate, right? What is your vision of an ideal or ideal assignments, that be most appropriate to be, on the one hand, assignments that facilitate the exercise of working with tools, at the same time, drawing on your creative resources, right? And the melding of the two. And on the other hand, be at the same time, given that it is, this is credit-bearing curriculum. So, we do have to assess and we do have to grade. And of course, there's a question that I hear with, with my colleagues, that there's a question of fairness, right? And I wonder if you ever thought about it in the wake of AI, if you, I take it that you're all honorable students, right? You work honestly, and you're not going to submit something that you've got AI to do for you completely, because that would be cheating yourselves. But then again, has it ever crossed your mind that maybe the student next to you might have done something else and gotten an A+? So how do you see this whole question of assessment and assignments?
I actually want to say that like in the class that I'm doing right now, Professional Translators Workshop, I really like that a lot of the assignments are very much kind of personal and also based on the real world. So like, not exactly designing your own resume, but like pretending you're in a job interview, like the final kind of project. It's good because it's the kind of thing that if I were feeling lazy and I wanted to put it into AI, it couldn't do it for me. I had to kind of build on my own profile.
It's like the
infographics. Yeah, exactly. And it's also a very useful skill because I can write the script out, figure out what I want to say in an interview, and then take that to an interview in a couple of months when I'm looking around for roles. It's actually really going to serve me in my own career. I also just want to add, I'm lucky, I think none of you guys are taking the Cat 12 unit this semester, but it is really well taught, and it is very useful now. Like, I'm really glad I've done that in the first semester because that's going to help me with later semesters and other translation assignments. But I do think it would be good for the students who aren't taking it this first semester. It might set them behind if they haven't learned those skills. I think it is important for it to kind of be passively taught throughout the course, like throughout all the different courses. Particularly if professor says at some point, you can use cat tools for this assignment. It doesn't help if they've never used a cat tool before and they don't even really know where to start. Of course, there's YouTube and tutorials, but I do think, for some students, guidance might be really important.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you about when I joined the program, I imagined I will be sitting at a desk with the text and just dealing with the text directly, but that's not the case. You're having to deal with everything that surrounds that, the whole process, the business aspect of it, which, to be honest, I was pleasantly surprised with because in my previous studies, it's always been very theoretical. I learned how to write a policy, but I didn't learn how to submit this policy through the political process or whatever. And that is what makes the assignments that we're getting and how we're considering this kind of work very important.
I agree with George. I wasn't expecting, honestly, the class that I'm taking right now. It's very somehow like in a creative way. The class is taught by Professor Tay, and for example, even like in the last assignment when we need to create a cover letter, resume, like a business correspondence, I didn't even expect. I was thinking the same, it's going to be like a textbook and we're going to learn like theory. When it comes to AI and the students, Yes, when I was studying in a previous college, I know that some students used ChatGPT to do the homework. And but I feel like if students will cheat, they just like trying to lie themselves, and they're not gonna learn anything. But I still feel that ChatGPT, like AI tools, just in general, if like we don't have an answer for certain questions, we can look it up. But just like to get the knowledge, we need to study hard and just to go with the flow because the technology develops and we need to like, for example, like back in the days, students can go to school. We didn't have AI, but students can like someone is good in physics, the other one is good in chemistry, and they try to exchange the homework. You're gonna give me a homework for physics, and the other one will give me a homework of chemistry. So similar, some kind of similar to AI right now.
Yolanda?
Yes, I mean, it is very tempting to use AI, to be honest with you. However, I feel like it would be cheating on yourself in a way, with the opportunity to learn and actually apply the skills that you're learning during class. And one of the things that I enjoyed, I like more of the legal aspect of it, but I also started to do some translation with business in one of the classes that I'm taking. And I have to say that I started to like that even as much as legal. So I do use ChatGPT, but like they were mentioning before, it's more of a question, more like I'm using that in another source to see what will be the best answer or clarification, but not to, hey, let me translate my whole homework assignment and submit it in. And try to get an A, because obviously you can tell that that's not your own words, that is not your style. Even though I believe that it can adapt to your style at some point, but your writing style at least, but it doesn't help. I think that that kind of tool is more like it's just to use as a tool, as something that you can use to help you come up with clarifications of something, but not to use it for an actual, translate the whole document and submit it in and try to get an A. Like I said, you're just not learning, you just, cheating, and what's the purpose of that? I like the fact that we are able to have different documents that we can, translate, even though I'm not too much of a literature person, but even if it comes to that and learning how to do those kind of translations, I'm really eager into learning more about that as well. So I'm very happy that we get that opportunity to have different assignments. But for me, I like legal more than anything else. Using those tools, it does help kind of like get different ideas and clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank everyone for speaking. This is more of it's less of a specific question, but it's directed towards the MATI program because there are so many large language models, and that's such a crucial part of many areas of translation. Obviously everyone's saying we need to learn it constantly, and it constantly develops. In the context of Hunter, have any of you considered collaborating with the computer science department or other departments, just to kind of marry the two? Because it's not only that these programs have something to teach us, but we have something to teach these programs.
Professor Tay, do you want to answer that?
I want to see what you guys think.
I've actually thought about it, and I've just started in the program, but I would imagine that later on I would love to talk to other people who are developing these tools, who is feeding this language learning models, what data sets are they using, and how can I give input that would help me at the end, so very selfishly have them help me create a tool that would work best for what I need in my translation work. So yes, it is definitely on my mind, and I need to do way more research about it, but I think it's a brilliant idea to consider and follow on.
I hadn't thought about it previously, but I do think there's an important kind of like misconception from the like computer science side of like the people who are making these tools, is like they kind of have this idea that language is kind of like maths, like this word equals this word in another language and this equals this, and they kind of forget or don't realize that language is so much more complex than that. Like there's all the contextual factors, and there's also just like this word doesn't really have a translation in this context. Like this emotion doesn't even exist. They haven't even, like, because there's no word for it, it's not really present in this, language speakers' minds. And so it would be interesting to talk to the people who are developing these tools to kind of help them understand that a language model is flawed because it doesn't understand the meaning behind the words. It's just parroting. So it'd be interesting to have a conversation about that. Do you want to add anything, Alima?
I've never had a thought about it. It's my first semester. I'm just taking only one class due to my very tight schedule. But if someone decides to create such kind of app or tool, I'm up to it and would be willing to help and provide all the data that I have according to my experience and as a to provide as a user of this app in the future.
Yolanda?
I never thought about that, to be honest with you. What a great question. And honestly, I think that when you can collaborate, work with other departments to, so computer science, I mean, yeah, that's something that can definitely, I think that could work. And obviously I'm not an expert on that. I, for one, would love to take some computer science courses to learn more about that, more about technology and things. But I think that that's definitely something that is interesting, and that, yeah, we should definitely, hopefully look into that, if, in the future, definitely. Thank you.
Just going back to what mostly Yolanda and I think it's Alima, what you were both saying before about using AI in your work, but not necessarily for the translation itself that you're turning in. And I wanted to share, I'm seeing the same thing with professional translators and interpreters, freelancers, that they're using AI in their workflow, but not for translating the text. They're using it for a lot of other affiliated tasks, which may have to do with the translation of the document itself or with the business part. So like one really good use of AI is if you're writing an email to a client, you can write it the way you wish you could write it, and then you put it in ChatGPT and say, now make it professional, and it'll give you a nice email. For non-native English speakers who are writing emails in English, ChatGPT can review your English. And then for the document itself, like I use it sometimes to look up acronyms. I find strange acronyms in documents and I can't find them on Google, and ChatGPT has found several of them for me, and I was able to confirm they were correct. And then as an interpreter, one good use of it is to prepare glossaries when you're preparing for an event. So like I had to do an event on cattle farming in Brazil, and ChatGPT made like a bilingual glossary for me to study of terms in that area. So these are all like affiliated tasks, not the actual translation itself, in ways that AI can help us.
Oh, well, actually, it's funny, I do, I was thinking, I have a little bit of literary translation experience, and honestly, machine translation stuff at the end of the day, it's just good for morale. Because when you get to a point where you're like, I just can't look up another word. I'm so sick of, or like, I know this word, but I just don't know if I know all the nuances, and I just can't spend another minute like scouring the web. I'm too burnt out. That's where the machine translation is just godsend, because it gives you like, you get that confirmation that you're looking for, and you're like, okay, I can move on. Like, it gives you that little bit of like, okay, I can do this. I can keep pushing. So that, yeah, I definitely that same vein of kind of usage for AI machine translation. I'm definitely, I know what you would mean by that. I'm on the same page. Yeah, if anyone else wants to. Sorry, I kind of just like took that right from under
It was more a comment than a question.
Actually, sorry, can I just say one more thing? So, rather than going back to what you were saying about software and stuff, this is just kind of something, this is quite answering your question, but kind of adding a little bit more to it about collaborating with other departments and learning something. For Cat Tools class, MemoQ and Trados, the two biggest Cat Tool programs, really only work with Windows. And as a Mac user, that's incredibly frustrating. And a lot of us who were Mac users in that class, obviously Carla told us about parallels, you know, and kind of there was some information on the syllabus about maybe what we could do, but a lot of us kind of ended up throwing in the towel with really trying to work with MemoQ and Trados, because with Macs it's just downloading parallels is just this whole, all these hoops you have to jump through. You have to pay for it's not even just you pay for parallels, you like pay for a membership for something, and then you have that. It was just so complicated. A lot of us just kind of gave up. And for our midterm, we looked at we just had to find some cat tool that wasn't MemoQ and Trados and do a little presentation on it. And I was like, I can't deal with all this Windows versus Mac stuff. I need something for this. I don't have the time or resources. I just need to work with something that works with my computer. And I had to go in and do my own research on that.
Madeline, can I just cut in here?
Yeah.
If I were the one, and you're lucky that I wasn't the professor on this class, you know what I would have done? I would have said, look, Windows is like the air we breathe, right? It would have been, you know, if you're going to engage in this industry, that would have been your learning moment. For, hey, I'm going to get Windows, finally. I'm going to, you know, just adjust to Windows, and that's that. And it's, you know, computers are cheap eventually, you know, you get a cheap Windows computer.
Well, and certainly, yes, that was
China.
That
was
right. Well, I mean, certainly that was. Yeah, that wasn't an eye-opening moment for me. Like, okay, Windows is really the way to go. But sort of just like in the moment for the purposes of class and
Here's
stuff.
the thing too, if you're actually in the industry and working, that's when you got to switch your frame of mind, and you know, and some of you will guess what I'm going to say next, right? And not be the consumer. You're not playing the consumer role, right? You know, this country, this society teaches you that that's your primary role. You know, I choose this, you know, I pay for my computer. I'm a Mac person. You know, your favorite thing is the Windows, and I'm the Mac. So, you know, you're working, so you're going to be adjusting. And of course, for Windows people, you know, learn the Mac as well, right?
Well, that is one thing I think that could be great fodder for conversation between you know, computer science, like technology people.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, yes, the most obvious solution is for all of us to just suck it up and move to Windows. But you know, going forward, maybe there can be options.
Learn fast.
Web-based tool.
Yeah, word fast is good. Yeah. And it's quite affordable, so I hear.
And it's compatible with the other ones. Like,
Exactly, yeah.
you can download projects.
Right. We're good?
All right, thank you guys so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, Yolanda. And it's interesting, you know, talking about collaborating with other departments and things like that. Because since I've been working on the, social media, we've been connecting with, like the computer science club, political science, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So we have those connections there. And of course, for you guys as students, TISH, that's what it's for, right? To support one another, to encourage one another, talking about, as Yolanda was saying as well, about, what was it? More practice with CAT tools and things of that nature. That's something that students in the past have wanted as well, like workshops. And so you guys as students, you can organize those sorts of things to help yourselves out, each other out, things of that nature. All right, so we are gonna do a quick little forum, just like quick takeaways that you guys may have. We also had a game planned, and you guys have been here, like, you guys have preserved throughout this whole thing, so thank you. And we wanted to play the game because we wanted to give some prizes to the winners, okay? So if you guys are up for it, then we got you, okay? And I'm gonna ask Professor Tate to actually lead the little forum, little takeaways, and I will be back to play the game. And unfortunately, the student who created the game is unfortunately not here. She's the club president for Tish, Kelly. But I will try to do my best. All right, everyone on Zoom, thank you so much for having been here. Thank you, Gibran, for your amazing presentation, despite the difficulties at the beginning. So thank you so much, guys. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll hope to see you soon.